Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy corner by the warm glow of the fireplace. As the gentle flames dance and flicker, we invite you to unwind and embrace the tranquility of this moment. Thank you for joining us tonight, where relaxation is your gateway to sweet dreams and a wonderful start to your day ahead. We're grateful for your presence and excited to share comforting stories that will wrap you in a blanket of calm and serenity. Settle in and let the tales begin. Story 1. In the vast galaxy filled with countless stars and worlds, there existed a planet called Ventara, lush with vibrant flora and fauna, thriving under the gentle glow of its twin moons. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and wildflowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. The landscape was a tapestry of colors, where verdant forests met rolling meadows, and rivers wound their way through the land like silvery ribbons. Among its inhabitants was a young stargazer named Kiri, whose spirit was as boundless as the universe she so eagerly observed. The Ventarans, known for their large, iridescent wings that shimmered in myriad colors under the moonlight, were inherently explorers, drawn to the unknown like moths to a flame. Kiri, with her eyes the color of twilight and wings that mirrored the auroras, spent her nights upon the grassy hills, the cool breeze whispering through the trees, rustling leaves like the gentle murmur of a distant ocean. The scent of night-blooming flowers hung in the air, sweet and intoxicating, as she lay on her back, tracing constellations with her fingertips, dreaming of the wonders that lay beyond her small, vibrant world. Her heart yearned for a deeper understanding of the universe, a desire fueled by stories her grandmother told of Ventara's ancient sky travelers who once mapped the stars. Her grandmother's stories were rich with details of these travelers, who had crafted intricate maps from stardust and sailed the cosmic seas on wings woven from the light of dying stars. These tales of courage and discovery were etched deeply into Kiri's heart, inspiring her dreams of venturing beyond the confines of her celestial home. Her grandmother, with her weathered hands and eyes that seemed to hold galaxies within, would often speak of the harmony between Ventara and the stars, a connection that Kiri longed to experience firsthand. On one such evening, after she had traced the familiar patterns of the night sky, Kiri encountered a peculiar silence in the air, an absence of the usual nocturnal chorus that sang her to sleep. She sat up, her heart quickening as she scanned the horizon, her instincts alerting her to something amiss. That was when she saw it, a strange object streaking across the heavens, leaving a trail of golden light. It crashed into the nearby shimmering forest, an ancient grove whose trees glowed faintly with bioluminescence, like sentinels holding secrets of the cosmos. Kiri's heart raced with excitement and a touch of trepidation as she gathered her courage, the soft rustle of her wings breaking the serene silence of the night. She set out to investigate the mysterious fallen star, a sense of destiny guiding her steps. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, their eyes glinting in the shadows as Kiri ventured deeper, the air cool and filled with the earthy aroma of moss and damp leaves. Her footsteps were cautious, her senses heightened as the whispers of the forest spoke of ancient tales, of times when the skies opened up to reveal their mysteries to those brave enough to seek them. As she approached the crash site, her eyes widened in wonder. There, nestled amidst the ancient trees, was not a celestial rock but rather a small, spherical spacecraft, its surface sleek and glinting under the moonlight. Emerging from its hatch was a tiny, metallic being, unlike anything she had ever seen before. "Greetings, organic life form," the little robot said in a synthetic voice that carried a strange, melodic tone. "I am Z9, an exploratory droid from the planet Chiron. My mission has encountered a critical malfunction." Kiri stared in awe, her wings fluttering with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "I am Kiri of Ventara," she replied cautiously, her voice a soft melody against the rustling leaves. "What brings you so far from your home world?" Z9 explained that it had been sent to survey distant planets for potential colonization, its mission a testament to the endless quest for knowledge and expansion inherent in its creators. However, a systems failure had caused it to veer off course and crash land on this unfamiliar world. Its power cells were severely depleted, and it required a rare elemental isotope to recharge and complete its mission. Kiri listened intently, her mind racing. She knew of a remote canyon where such a substance could be found, a place spoken of in hushed tones, known for its treacherous terrain and the rare, luminescent crystals hidden within its depths. The journey would be perilous, fraught with challenges she had never faced, and she had never ventured so far from her village before. Yet she felt a strange connection to this little droid, a shared yearning for exploration and understanding, and a burning desire to help it succeed in its quest. And so, an unlikely duo was formed, a winged explorer and a metallic wanderer, setting off on an adventure that would test the limits of their courage, their wits, and ultimately their friendship. Their journey began under the canopy of the shimmering forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi dotted the forest floor like scattered stars. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Kiri was a creature of flesh and feather, guided by emotion and intuition, her laughter echoing like a melody through the trees, while Z9 was a being of circuits and programming, driven by logic and calculations, its voice a constant, steady rhythm. They bickered over the best route to take, with Kiri favoring the scenic paths that wound through lush valleys and meadows filled with wildflowers, their colors vibrant under the sun, while Z9 insisted on the most efficient course, its sensors constantly scanning for the shortest path to their destination. Yet, as they faced challenges together, navigating treacherous ravines where the wind howled like a distant storm, evading fierce predators whose eyes glowed in the darkness, and braving scorching desert sands that stretched endlessly under the blazing sun, they began to understand and appreciate each other's strengths. Kiri's keen senses and agility complemented Z9's analytical mind and tireless determination. In a harrowing moment when a rock slide threatened to bury them both, Kiri shielded the little droid with her wings, risking her own safety to protect her newfound companion. Her heart raced as adrenaline surged through her veins, the roar of falling rocks deafening in her ears. And when she fell ill from exposure to a toxic vapor, Z9 used its advanced sensors to locate a healing plant, its tiny appendages working tirelessly to prepare a remedy, tenderly nursing her back to health. Through these shared trials, their bond deepened, and they discovered that true friendship transcends physical forms or programming. They learned to listen to each other's perspectives, to compromise, and to trust in one another's abilities. One evening, as they camped beneath a sky alight with shooting stars, Kiri confided in Z9 about her fear of never discovering what lay beyond Ventara. "Sometimes I feel like a bird that can only fly so high, never reaching the stars that call to me," she admitted, her voice tinged with longing. Z9, in a rare moment of reflection, shared its own struggle. "On Chiron, I was just another droid among many, following directives. But here, I am learning to choose, to feel purpose beyond my programming. In some ways, we are both seeking our own stars." As their journey continued, they came across a serene lake, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. It was here that Kiri learned about the legend of the Starseekers, ancient Ventarans who had once crafted wings of stardust, enabling them to traverse the cosmos. This story, told by a wise elder they encountered by the lake, ignited Kiri's imagination, intertwining her destiny with that of the droid. The elder, with eyes like molten silver, spoke of the Starseekers' courage and the trials they faced, drawing parallels between their journey and that of Kiri and Z9. The elder offered them a gift, a small vial containing stardust, a remnant of the Starseekers' legendary journey. "May this guide you when the path is darkest," she whispered, her voice a soft echo of the wind. Finally, after many trials and tribulations, they reached the fabled canyon, its walls glittering with the precious isotope Z9 needed. The air was filled with the hum of energy, the crystals pulsing with a soft, ethereal glow. As the droid absorbed the energy-rich crystals, it felt a sense of fulfillment it had never known before, not just in completing its mission, but in the bond it had forged with Kiri. "Thank you, my friend," Z9 said, its synthetic voice tinged with warmth, a newfound understanding woven into its circuits. "Without your courage and compassion, I would have remained lost and alone." Kiri smiled, her iridescent wings shimmering in the canyon's glow, her heart swelling with a sense of achievement and profound connection. "And without your unwavering determination, I may have never discovered the true meaning of adventure and friendship. As they sat together, watching the sun set over the canyon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, they both realized that their journey had been about more than just reaching a destination. It was about the connections they had made, the growth they had experienced, and the unbreakable bond that had blossomed between two beings from vastly different worlds. As Z9's spacecraft took flight, leaving a trail of stardust in its wake, Kiri knew that though they would soon part ways, the memories of their incredible journey would forever shine brightly in her heart. A reminder that true friendship can flourish in the most unexpected places, and that even the smallest beings can make the grandest of impacts. The stars above twinkled in acknowledgement, as if the universe itself was celebrating their extraordinary tale, a testament to the boundless wonders of exploration and connection. Story 2. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled secrets and the sunlight dappled the forest floor with golden patches, lay a quaint little village named Twinklebrook. The village was a place of perpetual laughter and cheer, where the houses were cobbled together with rainbow-colored stones, and the roofs were tiled with shimmering scales from the friendly fish of the nearby giggling river. The air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of the river provided a soothing soundtrack to the villagers' lives. The vibrant charm of Twinklebrook was not just in its colorful stones and shimmering tiles, but in the rich tapestry of its community. In this enchanted village lived a group of quirky characters, each with their own delightful peculiarity. First, there was Pippin, the gregarious hedgehog whose spines were as soft as dandelion fluff, allowing him to roll through the village like a gentle tumbleweed, spreading giggles wherever he went. His jovial nature masked a deep-seated desire to bring joy to others, a trait that stemmed from his own lonely childhood on the outskirts of Twinklebrook, where the silence was his only companion. Pippin, beneath his perpetually cheerful exterior, often reminisced about the quiet nights he spent under the star-studded sky, wishing upon shooting stars for a world filled with laughter. Those moments of solitude shaped his mission to ensure no one in Twinklebrook ever felt the loneliness he once knew, driving him to create moments of joy and connection among his fellow villagers. Then there was Mirtha, the mouse with ears so large they lifted her off the ground like a pair of delicate wings, allowing her to flit from rooftop to rooftop, delivering messages with the swiftness of a breeze. Known for her insatiable curiosity, Mirtha often ventured beyond the village, seeking stories and adventures to share with her friends. Her explorations were not just about discovery, but were fueled by a longing to understand the world and find her place within it. Mirtha, in her quest for stories, often found herself in contemplative moments, wondering about the vastness of the world beyond Twinklebrook. Her adventures were driven by a deep-seated need to uncover her own identity, to weave herself into the tapestry of tales she encountered. Each story she brought back was a piece of the puzzle she hoped would one day lead her to understand her own place in the grand scheme of things. Next door to Pippin lived a sprightly squirrel named Tansy, who had a knack for finding the most unusual treasures. Her collection included a teacup made of moonbeams and a pebble that sang lullabies when held close. Tansy's best friend was a wise old owl named Professor Hootenanny, whose spectacles were crafted from morning dew and who could recite the entire history of Twinklebrook in verse if you asked him kindly. The professor, though often lost in thought, held a secret longing for the days of his youth, when he too would embark on daring quests, much like his young friends. Professor Hootenanny, in the quiet moments of twilight, often reflected on the adventures of his youth. The thrill of discovery, the camaraderie of fellow travelers, and the beauty of uncharted paths were memories he cherished deeply. Yet, beneath his wise and composed demeanor, there was a yearning for the vitality of those days, a longing to once again feel the wind rush past him as he soared into the unknown. One fine morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a warm, buttery glow over Twinklebrook, the villagers awoke to find something peculiar had happened overnight. The vibrant colors of their village had disappeared, leaving everything in shades of gray. The once resplendent, giggling river now flowed with water as clear as glass, but devoid of its usual laughter. The stillness was unsettling, like a song missing its melody. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces etched with concern. What could have caused this? Wondered Pippin, rolling to a stop by the fountain that now dribbled silently. It must be a spell gone awry, suggested Mirtha, fluttering down to perch on the fountain's edge. Or perhaps a magical creature in distress. Professor Hootenanny adjusted his dewdrop spectacles thoughtfully. Indeed, magic is at play here, but fret not, my friends, for every spell has a solution, and we shall find it. Determined to restore their village's colorful joy, the group set off into the Whispering Woods, where it was said that the great wishing willow resided, a tree so wise it could unravel any enchantment with a single sway of its branches. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the scents of pine needles and wildflowers enveloped them like a comforting quilt, and birds serenaded their path with lilting melodies. The path was dappled with shadows and light, a tapestry of nature's embrace. As they journeyed, Pippin couldn't help but voice his concerns. What if we never find the willow? Or worse, what if it cannot help us? He asked, his voice tinged with a rare trace of doubt. Mirtha fluttered beside him, her large ears twitching in encouragement. We must have faith, Pippin. Sometimes the journey itself holds the answers we seek. Along the way, they passed through a grove of ancient oaks, their gnarled roots coiling like sleeping serpents across the forest floor. It was here that they encountered an elderly fox named Vesper, who was known as the keeper of forest lore. Vesper, with his fur a tapestry of autumn hues, approached them with a knowing smile. "Ah, travelers of Twinklebrook," he greeted, his voice a soft rasp like leaves brushing against one another. "I have heard of your quest. Beware the mischievous sprites that dwell in these woods, for they delight in weaving illusions." Tansy stepped forward, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "Do you know of Quibble, the sprite who might be behind our village's plight?" Vesper nodded, his eyes twinkling with a mysterious light. "Quibble is indeed a playful soul, but his heart is not unkind. He merely seeks to be noticed, to leave an imprint upon the world. Perhaps it is not just laughter that will undo his spell, but understanding." Encouraged by this insight, the group pressed on, the path leading them further into the depths of the Whispering Woods. Soon, they arrived at a clearing where the great wishing willow stood, its branches stretching towards the sky like an ancient leafy guardian. The tree shimmered with a faint silver glow, as if it had absorbed the moonlight from countless nights. "Welcome, travelers," the willow whispered, its voice rustling like a gentle breeze. "I sense you seek my counsel." With great humility, Pippin explained their plight, his words tumbling over each other in earnestness. The willow listened patiently, its branches swaying thoughtfully. "A mischievous sprite named Quibble has been playing pranks across the land," the willow revealed. "He means no harm, but his antics have grown too bold. To undo his spell, you must make him laugh, a laughter so genuine it will break his own enchantment." The villagers exchanged glances, their minds whirring with ideas. It was Tansy who spoke first, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "I have an idea. Let us create the most whimsical, delightful show Twinklebrook has ever seen." The group returned to their village, their spirits buoyant with hope and camaraderie. They set to work immediately, transforming the village square into a magical stage of wonder. Pippin gathered the softest of leaves and fashioned them into costumes that rustled like silk. Mirtha flitted about, stringing lanterns from every tree until the square twinkled like a starry sky. During their preparations, Professor Hootenanny shared tales of his youthful escapades, revealing a side of him the others had never seen. "In my day, laughter was the key to every locked door," he admitted with a twinkle in his eye. His stories inspired the group, infusing their efforts with newfound energy. On the eve of their grand performance, the villagers assembled, their hearts beating with anticipation. As twilight descended, casting a lavender hue over the village, the show began. Pippin rolled across the stage in a flurry of feathers, his antics causing peals of laughter to ripple through the crowd. Mirtha danced through the air, her ears fluttering like butterfly wings, while Tansy produced her most curious treasures, each eliciting gasps of wonder and delight. But it was Professor Hootenanny who stole the show. With a flourish, he recited a poem so uproariously clever that even the most stoic owl would have chuckled. As his verses tumbled forth, a bright, infectious laughter rang out from the shadows of the woods, a laughter so pure and joyous it seemed to light up the night. Out from behind a tree tumbled Quibble, the sprite, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "You've outdone yourselves, my friends," he exclaimed, his voice a melody of mischief and delight. "Your performance has broken my spell, and I am grateful." With a snap of his fingers, the colors of Twinklebrook returned in a vibrant burst, more brilliant than ever before. The giggling river resumed its merry laughter, and the village sparkled like a jewel nestled in the heart of the woods. The villagers cheered, embracing Quibble and each other, their bonds strengthened by the adventure they had shared. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, they celebrated with a feast of berry pies and honey cakes, their joy echoing through the woods like a sweet lullaby. As the festivities continued, Quibble shared tales of his own, revealing the loneliness that had driven him to seek attention through mischief. "I only wanted to be part of something as magical as Twinklebrook," he admitted, his voice softening. The villagers, moved by his confession, welcomed him into their fold. They saw in Quibble a reflection of their own desires and struggles, understanding that even the most playful heart needs a home and friends to cherish. And so, under the watchful gaze of the great wishing willow, Twinklebrook returned to its colorful, whimsical self, its villagers wiser and more united than ever. As they drifted into slumber that night, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and magic, they knew that together they could overcome any enchantment, and that laughter truly was the most powerful spell of all. As the village settled back into its vibrant routine, a new chapter began for Twinklebrook. The villagers, inspired by their recent adventure, decided to create an annual festival celebrating the magic of laughter and community. It would be a time when stories were shared, talents were celebrated, and new friendships were forged. Pippin, Mirtha, Tansy, and Professor Hootenanny took it upon themselves to organize the first festival. They called it the Festival of Whimsy, a nod to the whimsical nature that defined their beloved village. Throughout the year, they planned and prepared, gathering ideas and inspiration from their fellow villagers. As the festival approached, Twinklebrook buzzed with excitement. Lanterns were hung from every tree, casting a warm, inviting glow over the village. Stalls were set up, offering treats and trinkets crafted by the villagers. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and music as the villagers came together to celebrate their shared joy and camaraderie. On the day of the festival, the village square was transformed into a colorful wonderland. Pippin, dressed in a costume of swirling autumn leaves, welcomed everyone with his infectious laughter. Mirtha flitted about, sharing stories and adventures from her travels, while Tansy showcased her collection of unusual treasures, inviting everyone to marvel at their magic. Professor Hootenanny took center stage, regaling the crowd with tales of Twinklebrook's history and his own youthful escapades. His stories were met with laughter and applause as the villagers gathered around to listen and share in the joy of their shared past. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the village, Quibble the sprite took to the stage. With a twinkle in his eye, he performed a playful dance, his movements light and graceful. His performance was met with cheers and applause as the villagers embraced him as one of their own. As the Festival of Whimsy drew to its crescendo, the villagers gathered around the great wishing willow, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. The willow, its branches swaying gently in the evening breeze, seemed to join in their celebration, its leaves rustling in harmony with the laughter that filled the air. In a moment of quiet reflection, Pippin took a deep breath, the scent of honeysuckle mingling with the crisp night air. He realized that Twinklebrook's magic was not just in its vibrant colors or whimsical characters, but in the unity and love that bound them all together. The laughter that echoed through the woods was a testament to the strength of their community, a melody that would continue to guide them through whatever adventures lay ahead. As the night wore on, the villagers danced and laughed beneath the starlit sky, their spirits lifted by the warmth of friendship and the promise of a bright future. And as they drifted into slumber that night, wrapped in the embrace of Twinklebrook's enduring magic, They knew that their story was far from over. The village, with its colorful stones and shimmering tiles, its laughter and its love, would continue to thrive, forever a beacon of joy in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Story 3. In the quaint village of Willowbend, nestled between whispering hills and murmuring streams, there was a legend that spoke of an ancient forest where time flowed differently. The villagers, with their routines and simple joys, often spoke of it in hushed tones, especially when the autumn wind carried a hint of enchantment. They called it the Forest of Everlight, a place said to be hidden deep within the familiar woods that fringed their homes. And at the heart of this Forest of Everlight, it was whispered, lay the Glimmerstone, an object of unparalleled magic, capable of granting the purest wish of the heart. Amidst the warmth of this village lived a young girl named Arya. With curious hazel eyes and a spirit as lively as the brook behind her cottage, she often wandered the woods, her imagination painting worlds unseen by others. Her dearest friend was a boy named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as sunlight sparkling on water. Together they shared tales and dreams, their friendship a tapestry of adventures woven from the fabric of their shared imaginings. Yet there was a silent longing that lingered in Arya's heart, a yearning to discover the Forest of Everlight, and perhaps touch the Glimmerstone. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of apples and the leaves rustled like whispers of an ancient story, Arya woke with a start. She had dreamt of the forest, its trees towering like sentinels, their branches dripping with silver light. The dream had felt so real, as if the forest itself was calling to her. With a heart full of wonder and a hint of trepidation, she shared her dream with Finn. "We should find it, Arya!" Finn exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. "Imagine what lies beyond what we know. Even if it's just a story, the journey alone would be worth it." Arya hesitated, her mind a swirl of possibilities. "But what if it's dangerous? What if we get lost?" Finn grinned, mischief dancing in his eyes. "That's why we have each other. We'll be fine, Arya. Besides, aren't you curious?" That was all it took. With a resolve as sturdy as the oak trees, they decided to embark on their journey the next day, armed with nothing but their wits, a map sketched in the dirt, and a satchel of provisions packed by Arya's mother, who thought they were just heading out for a day of exploration. As dawn painted the sky with strokes of gold and pink, Arya and Finn set off, their footsteps light with anticipation. The woods were familiar at first, the path winding through clusters of birch and elm, the underbrush alive with the rustle of small creatures. The air was crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of a woodpecker. They passed through the village's outskirts, where gardens brimmed with late-blooming flowers and the air hummed with the chirping of crickets. As they ventured deeper, the light began to change. It softened, as if filtered through a veil of dreams. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with the lines of 1,000 years. Moss carpeted the ground like emerald velvet, and the babbling brook they followed began to sing a tune that was both foreign and familiar. Arya paused to listen, her fingers trailing through the water, feeling its coolness against her skin, as if it were whispering secrets meant only for her ears. It was in this enchanted part of the forest that they encountered their first challenge. The brook, which had been their guide, suddenly disappeared into a thicket of brambles. The way forward was obscured, and the path they had walked seemed to vanish behind them, swallowed by the forest. "What do we do now?" Arya asked, her voice a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Her heart pounded, not from fear, but from the thrill of the unknown. Finn studied the thicket, his brow furrowed in thought. "We find another way. Remember what the stories say? The forest tests those who seek the Glimmerstone." Arya nodded, taking a deep breath. "Then let's follow our hearts." They stepped off the path, weaving through the trees, their senses attuned to the forest's whispers. It was then they noticed a peculiar thing, a gentle glow emanating from the heart of the thicket. Drawn to it, they pushed through the brambles, their hands brushing against leaves that seemed to hum under their touch. Beyond the thicket, they found themselves in a clearing bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood a willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall of silver. Beneath its boughs lay a small, glistening object, a shard of crystal that pulsed with a soft luminescence. Arya approached it with reverence, her heart pounding in her chest. "Do you think this is part of the Glimmerstone?" she whispered. Finn knelt beside her, his fingers brushing the shard. "Maybe it's a piece of it, or perhaps it's a guide, a sign we're on the right path." With newfound hope, they picked up the shard, feeling its warmth seep into their fingers. As they held it, the forest seemed to shift, the trees parting like curtains to reveal a path dappled with sunlight. They followed it, the shard lighting their way, their spirits buoyed by the discovery. The journey was not without its trials. They encountered riddles posed by the forest, echoes of laughter that led them astray, shadows that danced just out of reach, and whispers that spoke of secrets long forgotten. But each time, they relied on each other, their friendship a beacon that guided them through the maze of enchantment. Days turned into nights, and the forest revealed wonders that filled their hearts with awe. They saw flowers that glowed with their own light, and streams that sang of distant stars. The air was filled with a melody that seemed to resonate with the rhythm of their hearts. And all the while, the shard they carried pulsed with a gentle warmth, as if urging them onward. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of indigo and gold, they found themselves at the edge of a great lake. Its surface was a mirror of the heavens, reflecting the stars and the crescent moon. On the far shore, nestled beneath a canopy of ancient trees, stood a small cottage, its windows aglow with a welcoming light. As they approached, an elderly woman emerged, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. She introduced herself as Lyra, the guardian of the Forest of Everlight. Her voice was as soothing as a lullaby, and her presence exuded a warmth that wrapped around them like a favorite blanket. "Welcome, seekers," she said, her smile as gentle as the moonlight. "You have come far, and your hearts are true. The Glimmerstone awaits, but first you must rest and share your story with me." Inside her cozy cottage, the air was filled with the scent of baking bread and herbal tea. Arya and Finn recounted their journey, their words tumbling over each other in their eagerness. Lyra listened with a quiet intensity, nodding at their tales of trials and triumphs. When they finished, she sat back, her eyes soft with understanding. The Glimmerstone is not merely a treasure to be found, but a reflection of the seeker's heart. It grants not wishes of the mind, but the deepest desires of the soul. Arya and Finn exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between them. They understood, in that moment, that the journey had been as much about discovery as it had been about understanding themselves and each other. That evening, as they sat by the fireplace, Lyra shared stories of the forest that were unknown even to the villagers of Willowbend. She spoke of the tree spirits, gentle guardians who watched over the woods, and the ancient songs that the wind carried through the treetops. Arya listened, mesmerized, feeling as if she were being let in on the secrets of the world itself. As the night deepened, Lyra offered them a gift, an old map etched on parchment that detailed the paths through the Forest of Everlight. "This map," she said, "will show you the way to the heart of the forest, but remember, it is your heart that must guide you." The following morning, as the mist clung to the earth like a silken veil, Lyra revealed a hidden path that twisted its way to the forest's heart. It was a path seldom traveled, marked by stones that glowed with a faint, golden light. As they walked, Arya felt an inexplicable connection to this place, as though each step was a note in a melody she had always known. The path led them to a series of ancient carvings etched into the trunks of the towering oaks, depicting stories of seekers past. Finn traced his fingers over the intricate designs, feeling the grooves of history beneath his fingertips. It was a reminder of the countless others who had walked this path, each seeking something beyond themselves. Lyra guided them to the heart of the forest. The trees formed a cathedral, their branches arching overhead, and the air shimmered with an otherworldly glow. In the center of a circle of ancient oaks, the Glimmerstone lay nestled in the roots, its light a gentle beacon. Arya stepped forward, her heart full. She knelt beside the stone, her fingers grazing its surface. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a profound sense of peace. In her mind's eye, she saw her village, her friends, and her family, all the things she cherished. and she realized that her deepest wish was not for adventure or discovery, but for the happiness and well-being of those she loved. Finn joined her, his hand resting on hers. Together they closed their eyes, their thoughts intertwined. They wished for the strength to cherish their friendship, to hold on to the wonder of their journey, and to share the magic of their discovery with others. The Glimmerstone pulsed, its light enveloping them in a gentle embrace. And then, as if in response to their pure-hearted wish, the forest around them shimmered and transformed. The trees swayed as if in a dance, their leaves singing a song of joy and unity. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves back at the edge of the village, the familiar sights and sounds welcoming them home. The shard they had found, now dimmed, lay in Arya's hand, a reminder of the magic they had encountered and the truths they had uncovered. Their return was met with joy and relief, their family and friends eager to hear of their adventures. And as they shared their tale, the village of Willowbend felt a shift, a new understanding of the wonders that lay beyond and within their world. The legend of the Forest of Everlight, once a whispered tale, became a story of hope and unity, a reminder of the power of friendship and the magic that resides in the heart. As the years passed, Arya and Finn grew, their bond unbroken by time or distance. And though they never returned to the forest, its magic lived on in their hearts, a guiding light that illuminated their paths and the lives of those they touched. Years later, as Arya sat by her own hearth, a gentle knock sounded at the door. It was Finn, who had traveled back to Willowbend after years of journeying. The village had changed, but the warmth of familiarity wrapped around him as he stepped inside. They shared stories of their separate adventures, of places Arya had only dreamt of and wonders Finn had never expected to see. "Do you ever think about the Glimmerstone?" Finn asked, his voice a soft echo of the past. Arya nodded, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Every day. It's more than a memory. It's a part of us. Our choices, our paths, they're all connected by that journey." Outside, the village was asleep under a blanket of stars, the same stars that had once guided them through the enchanted forest. Arya and Finn looked out into the night, feeling the weight of the universe's gentle embrace. Perhaps, Arya mused, the Glimmerstone was never about granting wishes. Perhaps it was about understanding our own hearts and learning to see the magic in the world around us. Finn smiled, his heart full. Then we've been granted the greatest gift of all. And so, as the village of Willowbend continued to thrive, its people spoke of how Arya and Finn's story was not just a legend, but a testament to the power of friendship, the courage to explore the unknown, and the enduring magic within every human heart. In the twilight of his days, Finn found himself drawn once more to the edge of the forest. There he sat beneath an old oak tree, its roots entwined with memories of their adventure. As he listened to the wind whisper through the leaves, he felt a presence beside him. It was Arya, her spirit as lively as ever, her laughter mingling with the rustle of the trees. Together, they watched the sun set over Willowbend, the village a tapestry of light and shadow. And in that moment, they understood. The Forest of Everlight was not just a place, but a part of them, its magic a legacy that would endure in the hearts of those who dared to dream. Story 4. On the edge of a small, mist-cloaked village, where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through fields of wildflowers, stood a quaint little shop known as Whispering Treasures. In this village, the air was perpetually tinged with the earthy aroma of moss and dew, and the soft hum of nature's whispers danced on the breeze. The sky above often wore a blanket of clouds, their edges kissed by the sun's golden rays, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the landscape. This was no ordinary shop, for its shelves were lined with the most curious array of objects, each one humming with a magic of its own. The shopkeeper, a gentle soul named Thalia, had a knack for finding the hidden wonders within these seemingly mundane items. Her shop was not just a place of commerce, but a sanctuary for the soul, where visitors often found themselves lingering, drawn by the mysteries that lay within. Thalia herself was a woman of many layers, like the rings within a tree. Her hair was a cascade of silver, shimmering like moonlight, and her voice carried the warmth of a hearth on a cold winter's night. She had dedicated her life to uncovering the magic in the ordinary, seeing beauty where others saw only the mundane. She often spoke in riddles, her words like threads weaving a tapestry of wisdom and whimsy, and her laughter was a melody that lingered long after it was heard. Her past was a mystery, whispered about in the village with curiosity and reverence, and she carried an air of timelessness, as if she had seen the world in its many shades and seasons. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, their rustling like the gentle murmur of an ancient song, a young man named Cedric wandered into the shop. His eyes, wide with a mix of curiosity and hope, roamed over the shelves. Cedric had always felt a yearning that he couldn't quite explain, a sense that there was more to the world than met the eye. His life in the village felt like a series of indistinguishable days, each one blending into the next, and he longed for something to break the monotony. His hands were calloused from years of working the land, yet his heart hungered for something beyond the tangible. Thalia, with her warm smile and twinkling eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe, welcomed Cedric, sensing the remarkable journey he was about to embark upon. "What brings you to Whispering Treasures?" she asked in a voice as soothing as a lullaby, her words weaving a cocoon of comfort around him. "I'm not sure," Cedric replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "I feel as if there's something I'm meant to find." His words hung in the air, a tender confession of a heart seeking its true path. He glanced around the shop, his gaze lingering on objects that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Thalia nodded knowingly and gestured towards a dusty corner of the shop, where an old, unassuming compass lay tucked beneath a pile of books. The air around the compass seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy, as if it held within it the stories of countless journeys. "Perhaps this might be what you're looking for," she suggested, her tone filled with gentle assurance. Cedric picked up the compass, feeling its cool metal surface, and as he did, a peculiar warmth spread through his fingers. The needle swung not towards the cardinal directions, but seemed to pulse with a soft golden light, pointing with a steady determination. It was as if the compass was alive, a silent companion eager to guide him. "Where does it lead?" Cedric asked, his voice tinged with wonder, his heart fluttering with the promise of adventure. "Wherever your heart truly wishes to go," Thalia replied, her words wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. Her gaze held a depth that suggested she had once followed such a path herself, uncovering the mysteries that lay beyond the horizon. With the compass in hand, Cedric set out on a journey that would take him beyond the familiar confines of his village. The path wound through sun-dappled forests, where the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Birds sang melodies that danced through the air, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the trees knew. The forest seemed alive with possibility, each step resonating with the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. The canopy above filtered the sunlight into a myriad of colors, painting the world in hues of green and gold. As Cedric ventured deeper into the forest, he stumbled upon a hidden glade, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like liquid gold, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone altar, worn smooth by time. Upon it lay a single, delicate flower, its petals shimmering with an iridescent glow. Cedric felt drawn to it, a silent whisper urging him to pick it up. As his fingers brushed the petals, a vision unfurled before him, a glimpse of the world as it could be, vibrant and full of wonder. This fleeting glimpse filled him with a profound sense of purpose, igniting a spark in his heart that would guide him forward. Along his journey, Cedric encountered a cast of delightful companions. First was Fennel, a wise old fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, who offered guidance and stories from the ages. "The heart knows what the mind cannot see," Fennel often said, his eyes glinting with ancient wisdom. The fox's presence was a balm to Cedric's soul, a reminder that wisdom often comes in unexpected forms. Fennel spoke with a voice that carried the weight of centuries, yet his demeanor was light, as if every word was a gift wrapped in gentle humor. Next was Lyra, a sprightly squirrel who seemed to embody the very spirit of joy. She scampered alongside Cedric, her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes on a breezy day. "Sometimes, the simple act of joy is the greatest magic of all," she would muse, her words a gentle nudge towards Cedric's own heart. Lyra's boundless energy infused the journey with a lightness that lifted Cedric's spirits, reminding him to savor each moment. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and her antics often left Cedric smiling, even in the face of uncertainty. The journey wasn't without its challenges. One day, as a storm gathered its dark clouds overhead, Cedric found himself at the foot of a towering mountain. The path ahead was obscured by rocks and brambles, and the air was thick with the scent of impending rain. The sky was a tumultuous canvas, painted with shades of gray and silver, a reflection of the uncertainty that gripped Cedric's heart. The wind howled like a forlorn creature, tugging at his clothes as if urging him to turn back. "How can I possibly climb this?" Cedric wondered aloud, doubt creeping into his heart like a shadow. "Remember," Fennel said, his voice steady as the earth beneath them, "the mountain may be tall, but your spirit is taller." The fox's words were like a beacon, guiding Cedric through the storm within. With newfound determination, Cedric closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the gentle pulse of the compass in his hand. The needle glowed brighter, and with each step, Cedric felt more certain of his path. The climb was slow, but with Fennel's wisdom and Lyra's unwavering cheer, they reached the summit just as the first drops of rain began to fall. From atop the mountain, the view stretched for miles, a patchwork quilt of valleys and rivers, forests and fields. The rain, rather than a hindrance, became a gentle caress, refreshing and renewing. Cedric felt a profound peace settle over him, as if he had been searching for this very moment all his life. The world below was a testament to the beauty that comes from embracing the unknown. The horizon, painted with the hues of dusk, seemed to whisper promises of endless possibilities. "Sometimes," Fennel said softly, "the journey is not about finding something new, but remembering something old." His words were a gentle reminder that the answers Cedric sought were already within him, waiting to be uncovered. Cedric nodded, understanding now that his journey was not just to see the world, but to see himself within it. The compass, with its magical guidance, had led him not to a destination, but to a realization. He had discovered the courage to embrace his own path, to trust in the whispers of his heart. As the storm passed and the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Cedric turned to his companions with gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his heart full. His journey had been as much about the bonds he had formed as the discoveries he had made. Together they made their way back down the mountain, the path now clear and bright. The village awaited, nestled in the embrace of twilight, its windows glowing with the warm light of home. The familiar sights and sounds welcomed Cedric back, yet everything felt new, seen through the lens of his transformed perspective. When Cedric returned to Whispering Treasures, he found Thalia waiting, her smile as knowing as ever. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked, her voice a gentle melody that resonated with understanding. "I did," Cedric replied, his voice steady with newfound confidence, "and so much more." His eyes shone with the light of discovery, the journey etched into the lines of his face. Thalia nodded, her eyes shimmering with pride. "Remember, Cedric, the magic is always within you. The compass was just a guide." Her words were a gentle reminder that the true magic lay in his willingness to embark on the journey. With those words, Cedric left the shop, the compass safely tucked in his pocket, a reminder of the journey that had changed him forever. And as he walked through the village, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 watchful eyes, Cedric carried with him the gentle, enduring magic of discovery and wonder, knowing that wherever his heart led, he would always find his way home. The village, once a backdrop to his restless heart, was now a canvas on which he would paint the story of his newfound self. Days turned to weeks, and Cedric found himself sharing his tales with the villagers, each story a thread that wove the community closer together. He spoke of Fennel's wisdom and Lyra's joy, of the mountain's challenge and the view from its peak, and in doing so, he realized that his journey was not just personal, but had become a shared tapestry of dreams and aspirations, inspiring others to listen to the whispers of their own hearts. As Cedric continued to share his experiences, the village began to transform in subtle yet profound ways. People started visiting Whispering Treasures not just for its curiosities, but for the hope and inspiration that Cedric's stories ignited. The cobblestone paths, once just a means to an end, now seemed to glow with the possibility of new adventures, each step echoing with the potential of unknown journeys. The fields of wildflowers began to symbolize the beauty that lay in the unknown, and the villagers, encouraged by Cedric's tales, found themselves venturing beyond their own routines, discovering the magic in their everyday lives. One evening, as twilight bathed the village in its soft embrace, Cedric gathered the villagers for a special storytelling session at the edge of the wildflower fields. The sky was a tapestry of stars, and the air was filled with the gentle lullaby of crickets. A warm bonfire crackled, casting flickering shadows that danced like spirits of old. The villagers, young and old, sat in a circle, their faces illuminated by the fire's glow, eyes reflecting a shared anticipation. Cedric spoke of a time when Thalia was a young traveler herself, a tale whispered to him by Fennel. She had journeyed to the farthest reaches of the land, seeking the essence of magic within the mundane. Her travels had taken her to hidden valleys, where the air shimmered with enchantment, and to ancient groves, where the trees whispered secrets as old as time. It was in those distant lands that Thalia had found her calling to return and create a haven for seekers like Cedric. The story wove a spell over the gathering, and as Cedric's words faded into the night, the villagers felt a renewed connection to their own dreams. They understood that the magic Thalia had discovered was not just in objects, but in the courage to pursue one's true path. Cedric's journey had become a beacon, lighting the way for others to follow. As the fire dwindled and the villagers dispersed, Cedric lingered, gazing at the stars. The village, once a place of routine, was now a landscape of endless possibilities. The stories shared that night had planted seeds of hope, promising a future where the ordinary would forever hold the potential for the extraordinary. Cedric's journey had become a catalyst for change, not just within himself but within the hearts of those around him, weaving a new narrative of wonder and possibility into the fabric of village life. The village, like Cedric himself, had awakened to the magic that lay within, forever transformed by the gentle, enduring power of discovery and wonder. As the weeks turned into months, a new figure emerged within the village, a young girl named Alara, whose dreams were as bright as the stars Cedric often gazed upon. Inspired by Cedric's tales, she found herself drawn to Whispering Treasures, where Thalia greeted her with a knowing smile. Alara, with her eager eyes and boundless curiosity, reminded Thalia of Cedric when he first entered the shop. She too felt the pull of something greater than the village confines. Thalia guided Alara to a corner of the shop, where an old, weathered journal lay. Its pages were yellowed with age, but they seemed to hold a promise of adventures yet to be written. "This may be your guide," Thalia suggested, her voice a gentle breeze that stirred Alara's imagination. The journal, much like the compass, was imbued with its own quiet magic. As Alara touched its cover, she felt a flutter of excitement within her heart, a whisper of possibilities yet to be explored. With Thalia's blessing, she took the journal and embarked on her own journey, one that would weave her tale into the rich tapestry of the village's evolving story. Cedric watched as Alara set forth, his heart swelling with pride and joy. He realized that the magic Thalia had spoken of was indeed within them all, waiting to be uncovered, and that each journey, no matter how small, added to the collective wonder of the world. And so the cycle continued, with Whispering Treasures at the heart of it all, a place where seekers found not just objects of mystery, but a reflection of their own potential, a reminder that the world was vast and full of magic, if only one had the courage to seek it. Story 5. The Whispering Woods and the Clockwork Heart. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured ancient secrets and the air was thick with the intoxicating aroma of pine and damp earth, lay a secret known only to a select few. This secret was not one of earthly riches or power, but of a secluded grove where time wove its own tapestry, a place where minutes danced to the rhythm of an ancient melody. It was here that our tale begins, on a crisp autumn evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and rose. The shadows stretched languidly, creating patterns that flickered like old memories. Nestled within this mystical forest was the quaint village of Halloridge, a place where time moved gently, and the people were known for their warmth and open hearts. The village thrived on its traditions, the most cherished being the Harvest Festival, a time of joy and celebration. Villagers gathered to share stories, food, and laughter, their faces aglow under the gentle light of lanterns strung between the trees. This year, however, the festival held a mysterious allure, promising to change the lives of two unsuspecting souls forever. In a charming cottage at the edge of this peaceful village lived a young girl named Lyra. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass, she was known throughout Hollowridge for her insatiable curiosity and adventurous spirit. Her world was an ever-expanding tapestry of stories and experiences, from befriending the squirrels that chattered in the trees to uncovering the secrets hidden within the forest's nooks and crannies. Lyra's home was filled with trinkets and artifacts, a testament to her grandfather's adventurous spirit. The walls were adorned with maps of far-off lands, and shelves overflowed with peculiar stones and vibrant feathers. Each item held a story, a fragment of a world beyond the woods, and Lyra often found solace in their presence, imagining the journeys each had undertaken. One particular evening, as the cool breeze whispered secrets through the leaves, Lyra sat by the fireplace, her gaze fixed on an old weathered map spread before her. The map was a treasured relic from her grandfather, an explorer of lands far and wide, who had returned with tales of wonder and mystery. As her fingers traced the faded lines, she noticed something she hadn't before, a small, hand-drawn emblem of a clock near the forest's edge, labeled simply as the Heart of Time. Intrigued, and with a heart full of youthful determination, Lyra decided she would seek out this enigmatic place, certain it held stories yet untold. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a lantern, a notebook, and her grandfather's compass, a cherished gift that he had given her with the promise it would always guide her true. As the first light of dawn broke through the misty veil of morning, Lyra set out, her heart alight with the thrill of discovery. The path she chose wound deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture before. The air was crisp, humming with the symphony of birds greeting the new day. The deeper she went, the more the forest seemed to acknowledge her presence, leaves rustling gently as if whispering encouragement. After hours of wandering, she stumbled upon a glade unlike any she had seen. Here, time stretched and contracted, the sun casting long shadows that danced playfully across the ground. In the center of this glade stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. Nestled within its roots was a curious sight, a heart-shaped stone, intricately carved with gears and tiny clock hands that moved silently, keeping their own secret time. Lyra approached cautiously, awe and curiosity bubbling within her. As she reached out to touch the stone, a soft voice startled her. "Ah, a seeker of secrets, are you?" it said, gentle and melodic, as if the forest itself had decided to speak. Startled, Lyra looked around, her eyes landing on a small, ethereal creature perched among the roots, a sprite, with wings that shimmered like morning dew and a smile as warm as the sun. "I am Sylvan," the sprite introduced himself with a graceful bow, "guardian of the Heart of Time." Lyra's heart skipped with excitement. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the enchantment. Sylvan fluttered closer, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "This is where time flows differently, where the past, present, and future converge. The Heart of Time holds the memories of the forest and its travelers. It can show you what has been and what might yet be, but only to those who seek with a pure heart." Lyra felt a tug of longing within her. "Can it help me see more of my grandfather's adventures? I want to understand the stories he told, the places he saw." The sprite nodded, a knowing smile on his lips. "Place your hand upon the stone and let your heart guide you." With a deep breath, Lyra pressed her palm against the cool surface of the stone. As she did, the world around her shifted. She found herself standing on a ship, the salty breeze whipping through her hair, her grandfather beside her, his eyes alight with the thrill of discovery. They sailed through endless blue seas, past islands lush with greenery and bustling with life. She saw him barter with merchants in vibrant marketplaces, his laughter mingling with the clatter of coins. Lyra's heart swelled with a mixture of joy and longing as each vision unfolded. She watched her grandfather's adventures with awe, understanding the courage and curiosity that had driven him. But just as quickly as they began, the visions faded, leaving her once again in the glade, her hand still resting on the stone. Sylvan watched her carefully. The heart of time reveals what is most needed, not always what is most wanted, he said gently. Lyra nodded, her mind still lingering on the images. I think I understand, she replied softly. It's not just about seeing what he saw, but feeling what he felt. The sprite's smile widened. Indeed, and now you have a choice. The heart of time can be a guide, a friend, if you are willing to listen to the whispers of the woods. Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest, a newfound sense of belonging. I want to learn, she said, her voice steady with determination. From that day on, Lyra visited the glade whenever she could, each time learning more about the forest and herself. Sylvan became her guide and friend, teaching her the language of the trees and the stories carried on the wind. Together they explored the hidden corners of the whispering woods, discovering magic in the simplest of things. As the seasons turned, Lyra grew not just in knowledge but in wisdom, her heart attuned to the rhythm of the world around her. The village of Halleridge noticed the change in her, marveling at the way she seemed to bring a touch of magic wherever she went. One day, as the harvest festival approached once more, Lyra decided to share her newfound understanding with the village. She invited everyone to the glade, where lanterns hung like stars between the branches, casting a warm, golden glow. Under the watchful eyes of the ancient tree, Lyra told the villagers of her journey, of the heart of time, and the lessons she had learned. She spoke of the importance of cherishing the past, living fully in the present, and embracing the uncertainty of the future. Her words wove a tapestry of hope and wonder, wrapping the villagers in a comforting embrace. That night, as the last of the lanterns flickered out and the villagers made their way home, Lyra lingered in the glade, her heart full. Sylvan appeared beside her, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. You've done well, he said, his voice a soft melody in the night. The heart of time is a gift, one that you've shared with others. Lyra smiled, a gentle peace settling over her. Thank you, Sylvan, for everything. With a final flutter of wings, Sylvan disappeared into the night, leaving Lyra alone with the whispering trees and the ticking of the ancient stone. As she made her way back to her cottage, the moon casting a silvery path through the woods, Lyra knew that her journey was far from over. The whispering woods held countless secrets yet to be discovered, each one a story waiting to be told. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit bound to the magic of the world, Lyra continued to explore, her adventures woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the timeless dance of the heart of time. In the quiet corners of Halleridge, beneath the starry sky and the watchful gaze of ancient trees, the story of Lyra and the heart of time would be told for generations, a gentle reminder that the world is full of magic for those willing to see it, and that the whispers of the woods are always there, waiting to be heard. As Lyra's tales spread, they reached the ears of a young boy named Tomlin, whose dreams were filled with stories of distant lands and forgotten legends. He lived in a small cottage with his grandmother, who would often tell him bedtime tales of heroic deeds and mythical creatures. One day, Tomlin approached Lyra, his eyes wide with wonder and a question lingering on his lips. Do you think the heart of time can show me my future? Lyra, now a little older and a little wiser, smiled gently. The heart of time reveals what is most needed, Tomlin. It may not show you the future exactly, but it can guide your heart to what truly matters. With curiosity piqued and a heart full of hope, Tomlin decided to embark on his own journey to the glade, seeking not just visions of the future, but a deeper understanding of his own dreams and desires. As he ventured into the whispering woods, he felt the stories of Lyra and Sylvan guide his steps, a gentle reminder that the journey itself could be the greatest adventure of all. Once in the glade, Tomlin stood before the heart-shaped stone, feeling the weight of his own aspirations. As he placed his hand on the stone, his mind filled with visions, not just of grand adventures, but of simple moments of joy and acts of kindness. He saw himself helping the villagers, mending broken fences or carrying firewood to the elderly. Each vision was a reminder of the impact of his actions, no matter how small. When the visions faded, Tomlin found Lyra waiting with a knowing smile. "I saw myself doing small things," he said, a touch of confusion in his voice. "I thought I'd see something grand." Lyra nodded, understanding his surprise. Sometimes the greatest journeys are the ones we take within ourselves. The heart of time shows us what we need to see, even if it seems ordinary. Remember, Tomlin, it's the little things that often have the biggest impact. Feeling a newfound sense of purpose, Tomlin returned to the village with a heart full of determination. Over time, he became known for his kindness and willingness to help others, his actions weaving new stories into the tapestry of Halloridge. Through Tomlin, the legacy of the Heart of Time continued, a testament to the enduring power of wonder and the timeless magic of the world. The Whispering Woods held countless secrets yet to be discovered, each one a story waiting to be told, a reminder that true magic lies in the heart of those who dare to seek it. As the whispers of the woods continued to echo through the village, Lyra and Tomlin found themselves bound by a shared understanding, a silent promise to protect the magic of the woods and pass on its stories, ensuring the Heart of Time would forever guide those with the courage to seek its wisdom. Seasons passed, and the magic of the Whispering Woods continued to ripple through the lives of Halloridge's inhabitants. One wintry evening, a young woman named Lyra arrived in the village. She was a traveler, her eyes holding the weight of many miles, and her heart burdened with questions about her own path. She had heard whispers of the Heart of Time and sought its guidance. Lyra met Lyra at the Harvest Festival, her curiosity mirroring the spark that had once driven Lyra into the woods. "Is it true?" Lyra asked, her voice tinged with hope. "Can the Heart of Time help me find where I belong?" Lyra, seeing a reflection of her own past in Lyra, nodded with understanding. "The Heart of Time reveals what you need to see. It might not give you all the answers, but it can illuminate the way forward." As Lyra ventured into the woods, the air crisp with the scent of pine and the soft crunch of snow underfoot, she felt the forest embrace her like an old friend. When she reached the glade, the heart-shaped stone seemed to pulse gently, as if recognizing her arrival. Placing her hand on the stone, Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the visions to wash over her. She saw herself not in far-off lands, but right there in Halloridge, among the villagers, sharing her music and laughter, her presence a balm to those around her. The visions were simple yet profound, revealing the power of community and the quiet strength found in belonging. As the visions faded, Lyra opened her eyes to find Lyra and Tomlin waiting, their faces warm with understanding. "I saw a home," Lyra breathed, her voice filled with wonder. "I saw myself here, with all of you." Tomlin grinned, his youthful enthusiasm infectious. "Halloridge would be lucky to have you." With the realization that her journey had led her exactly where she needed to be, Lyra decided to stay in the village, her music and stories adding new threads to the tapestry of Halloridge's history. As she settled into her new life, Lyra found joy and purpose in the everyday moments, each one a testament to the magic of the present. Together, Lyra, Tomlin, and Lyra continued to explore the Whispering Woods, each journey deepening their bond and their understanding of the world around them. They became the keepers of its secrets, ensuring that the Heart of Time would remain a beacon for all who sought its wisdom. And so the legacy of the Whispering Woods endured, a living testament to the magic found in friendship, the courage to seek one's path, and the timeless dance of the Heart of Time. The stories of Lyra, Tomlin, and Lyra were shared under starlit skies and around crackling fires, a gentle reminder of the wonders that await those who listen to the whispers of the woods. Story 6. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night, for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Lyra sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Lyra set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst, a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Lyra whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder?" As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Lyra and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Lyra, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Lyra pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Lyra felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Lyra with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Lyra. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Lyra and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Lyra felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Lyra, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Lyra led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Lyra, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Lyra. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Lyra smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets in their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Lyra and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Story 8. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 9. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Lyra, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Lyra's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Farovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Lyra had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Farovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Lyra's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstandings slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Lyra discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Lyra's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Lyra's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Lyra and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Lyra, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Ferovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Lyra taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Lyra the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Lyra and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Lyra and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Lyra's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Lyra returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Ferovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Lyra's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. 10. In the quaint village of Willowmere, nestled between rolling green hills and the whispering woods, there was a small cottage where the scent of freshly baked bread often mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest. In this humble abode lived a young girl named Linnea, whose golden hair was as wild and free as the meandering brook that babbled through the village. Linnea was known for her curiosity and gentle heart, traits that often led her on small adventures through the fields and forests surrounding Willowmere. Her favorite companion on these excursions was a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, whose bright eyes and bushy tail seemed to always be in motion. Together, they explored every nook and cranny of their little world, sharing whispers and laughter beneath the emerald canopy. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the landscape in hues of amber and gold, Linnea and Pippin ventured deeper into the woods than ever before. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. As they meandered along a path dappled with sunlight, Linnea's sharp eyes caught sight of something unusual glinting beneath a pile of leaves. Kneeling down, she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and at its center was a shimmering opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle inner light. "What do you suppose it is, Pippin?" Linnea asked, her voice a soft murmur so as not to disturb the serene silence of the woods. Pippin chittered excitedly, his tiny paws patting the box with curiosity. Linnea, feeling a flutter of anticipation in her heart, carefully lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a simple silver ring, glistening as though infused with moonlight. As Linnea slipped the ring onto her finger, she felt a warmth spread through her hand, traveling up her arm and settling in her chest like a comforting embrace. The world around her seemed to sigh and shimmer, and she noticed that the colors of the forest had become more vibrant, the sounds of nature more melodious. With Pippin perched on her shoulder, Linnea continued her journey, feeling as though the forest itself was guiding her steps. They soon arrived at a clearing bathed in a golden glow, where an ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. At the base of the oak sat an elderly woman with hair as silver as the ring Linnea wore. Her eyes twinkled with the same light as the opal on the box, and her smile was warm and welcoming. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am called Briony, the keeper of the wood's secrets." Linnea's eyes widened with wonder. "Is this your ring?" she asked, glancing at the silver band on her finger. Briony chuckled softly. "It is a gift for one with a pure heart and a curious mind. It allows you to see the world not just as it is, but as it could be." Linnea felt a thrill at the thought. "What must I do?" she inquired, eager to learn more. Briony beckoned for Linnea to sit beside her. "The ring will guide you, but there is a task you must complete," she explained. "The forest has been troubled by a sadness that lingers in the shadows. It cries out for understanding and compassion." Linnea nodded, determined to help. "How can I ease its sorrow?" "Listen," Briony advised, her voice a gentle rustle like the leaves. "Listen to the stories the wind carries, to the whispers of the trees, and to the heartbeats of the creatures that dwell here. They will tell you what you need to know." With a grateful heart, Linnea thanked Briony and set off with Pippin, who scurried ahead, eager to uncover the mystery. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Linnea attuned herself to the sounds around her. The rustle of the leaves became a language she could almost understand, and she paused often to listen. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Linnea and Pippin came upon a small glade where a stream bubbled merrily over smooth stones. There they met a wise old tortoise named Eldrin, who was known for his many journeys and the tales he collected along the way. "Good evening, young ones," Eldrin greeted, his voice slow and resonant like distant thunder. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Linnea explained their quest to ease the forest's sorrow, and Eldrin nodded thoughtfully. "I have heard the whispers of the trees," he said, "and they speak of an ancient tree spirit, once joyful and full of song, who now hides her light away." "The spirit must be terribly lonely," Linnea mused, her heart aching at the thought. Eldrin nodded. "Indeed. She longs for the days when laughter echoed through the glades and her branches danced with joy." With a new resolve, Linnea and Pippin continued their journey, guided by the wisdom of Eldrin's words. They spent days listening to the tales of the forest, each story a piece of the puzzle that led them closer to the heart of the mystery. Finally, one starlit night, they arrived at a grove where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. There they found the tree spirit, her form barely visible, her light a soft, flickering glow. "Why do you hide your light?" Linnea asked gently, stepping forward. The spirit's voice was a whisper of wind through the leaves. "I fear the world has forgotten the joy of my songs," she confessed. "I fear that my light no longer matters." Linnea shook her head, tears glistening like dew. "Your light matters greatly," she assured. "The forest remembers your songs and longs for their return. Let us help you find your voice again." With Pippin's encouragement and Linnea's words of kindness, the spirit slowly began to shine brighter. Her laughter, soft at first, rang through the grove, a melody that resonated with every leaf and pebble. The forest seemed to exhale, a sigh of relief and joy that rippled through the trees. As the spirit's light grew stronger, Linnea felt the silver ring warm against her skin, a reminder of the magic that lay in understanding and compassion. The forest, once weighed down by sorrow, now hummed with a new, vibrant energy. When Linnea and Pippin returned to Briony, the elderly woman greeted them with a proud smile. "You have done well, dear child," she said, her eyes twinkling. "You have reminded us all of the power of gentle hearts and listening ears." Linnea, filled with a sense of fulfillment and wonder, knew that she would carry the lessons of the forest with her always. She thanked Briony once more, and with Pippin by her side, began the journey back to Willowmere. As they walked beneath the starlit sky, the world around them seemed to glow with a newfound light. Linnea knew that she was forever changed by the magic she had discovered in the forest. The magic of friendship, understanding, and the quiet strength that came from listening to the world around her. And so, with the promise of new adventures and mysteries yet to unfold, Linnea and Pippin returned home, their hearts full of warmth and wonder, ready to share their stories with those who would listen beneath the gentle glow of the moon. Story 11. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and wise, their leaves murmuring secrets of old, there lay a small village named Elderglen. It was a quaint place, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, where the air was always crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Elderglen was renowned for its serenity and the gentle, kind-hearted folk who called it home. Among these villagers was a young girl named Lyra, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Lyra was known for her love of stories, especially those whispered to her by her grandmother beside the crackling fire each evening. Her favorite tales were of the hidden world said to exist beyond the veil of the ordinary, a realm where magic flowed as freely as the rivers that wound through the forest. One chilly autumn morning, as the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Lyra set out on her daily walk through the woods. She loved these solitary rambles, where the soft rustle of leaves underfoot and the distant call of a lark were her only companions. Today, however, something unusual caught her eye. Amidst the vibrant carpet of fallen leaves, there glimmered something bright and unusual, a small, delicate key, its metal gleaming in the gentle morning light. Lyra picked up the key and turned it over in her hand, feeling a tingle travel up her arm, as though the key itself held a quiet power. It was intricately wrought, with swirling patterns that seemed to shift as she gazed at them. Curiosity piqued. Lyra slipped the key into her pocket, a warm sense of purpose blooming in her chest. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lilac and tangerine, Lyra shared her discovery with her grandmother. The old woman, who possessed a twinkle in her eye that belied her years, looked at the key with a mixture of surprise and recognition. "Ah, Lyra," her grandmother said softly, "this is no ordinary key. It is said to open the door to the hidden world, a place where magic and wonder reside. But remember, child, such realms are not to be entered lightly. One must possess a heart full of kindness and courage to truly belong." Lyra listened, her heart thrumming with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She knew that this might be the beginning of the kind of adventure she had always dreamt of, yet she also understood the wisdom in her grandmother's words. The following morning, Lyra returned to the woods, the key safely tucked in her pocket. She wandered deeper than she ever had before, drawn by an inexplicable pull, until she reached an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its roots plunging deep into the earth. It was here that she noticed something extraordinary, a small, ornate door set into the bark of the tree, almost hidden by the foliage. With a flutter of anticipation, Lyra pulled the key from her pocket and inserted it into the lock. The door swung open silently, revealing a passage bathed in soft, golden light. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped through, feeling a gentle breeze that carried with it the scent of blooming flowers and the sweet promise of adventure. On the other side, Lyra found herself in a world that was both familiar and wonderfully strange. The forest here was alive with vibrant colors, more vivid than those of her own world, and the air hummed with a subtle, enchanting melody. She wandered through this magical realm, her senses alive with wonder, until she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, fox-like being with iridescent fur that shimmered in every color of the rainbow. "Hello," the creature said in a voice as soft as velvet. "My name is Zephyr. Welcome to the Enchanted Glade." Lyra smiled, her initial surprise giving way to delight. "I'm Lyra. It's a pleasure to meet you, Zephyr." As they spoke, Lyra learned that this hidden world was a sanctuary for creatures of magic, a place where harmony and peace reigned. Yet Zephyr confided that a shadow had recently fallen over their realm. A mysterious blight was spreading, causing the vibrant colors to fade and the once lush foliage to wither. "The key you found," Zephyr explained, "is part of an ancient magic. It is said that only one with a pure heart and a mind open to wonder can wield its power to restore balance." Lyra felt a flutter of determination in her chest. She had never considered herself extraordinary, yet the thought of helping this beautiful world filled her with resolve. With Zephyr by her side, she ventured deeper into the enchanted glade, seeking the source of the blight. Their journey took them through landscapes of breathtaking beauty, a meadow where flowers danced in the breeze, a crystal-clear lake that mirrored the sky, and a grove where the trees whispered secrets of old. Along the way, they encountered other creatures who shared their wisdom and offered guidance. As they traveled, Lyra discovered a growing bond with Zephyr. Despite their differences, they shared a connection rooted in kindness and a mutual love for the world around them. Through their friendship, Lyra learned the power of empathy and the strength found in unity. Eventually, their path led them to the heart of the Enchanted Glade, where a great tree stood, its branches heavy with silver leaves. At its base lay a pool of inky darkness, the source of the blight. Lyra hesitated, feeling a flicker of fear, but Zephyr's presence beside her was a comforting reminder of the courage within her. Drawing upon the magic of the key and the strength of her heart, Lyra approached the pool. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth of friendship and the beauty of the world she had come to love. As she did, the key glowed brightly in her hand, its light piercing the shadows and driving back the darkness. A gentle breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it a sense of renewal and hope. The colors returned, more vibrant than before, and the air hummed with a joyful melody. The blight was gone, dispelled by the magic of Lyra's heart and the power of friendship. As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over the enchanted glade, Lyra and Zephyr stood together, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. Though Lyra knew she would soon return to her own world, she carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of kindness, the strength found in unity, and the magic that resides within us all. When Lyra finally stepped back through the door, returning to the familiar embrace of the Whispering Woods, she did so with a sense of peace and fulfillment. The key, now a cherished keepsake, hung around her neck, a reminder of the hidden world and the friends she had found there. Back in Elderglen, as she recounted her adventure to her grandmother by the fire, Lyra realized that her journey had changed her in ways she could not have imagined. She was no longer just a girl with a love for stories. She was a part of a story herself, a tale of magic, friendship, and the enduring power of a kind heart. And so, as the flames danced and the night deepened, Lyra drifted to sleep, her dreams filled with the colors and melodies of the enchanted glade, and the comforting knowledge that she would always carry a piece of its magic within her. Story 12. In the heart of a forest, where the emerald canopy stretched endlessly beneath the sky, a tapestry of life unfolded with each passing moment. This was no ordinary forest, but a realm where magic intertwined with the mundane, where whispers of enchantment danced on the breeze and sunlight spilled like golden honey through the leaves. Every dawn in this vibrant woodland was a symphony of awakening. The air was heavy with the scent of damp moss and earth, mingling with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers that bloomed in hidden glades. As the first rays of the sun kissed the forest floor, a soft chorus of chirrups and trills filled the air, a morning greeting from the feathered inhabitants who called this place home. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Oswin, who made his nest in the hollow of an ancient oak. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and creams, blending seamlessly with the bark of his tree. Oswin was the keeper of stories, the guardian of the forest's wisdom, passed down through generations of owls before him. His eyes, like twin pools of amber, held the secrets of the forest, reflecting the cycles of life that played out beneath the boughs. Beside Oswin's oak, nestled in a thicket of brambles, lived a gentle hedgehog named Hazel. Her quills were a soft, muted brown, and she moved with a grace that belied her prickly exterior. Hazel was known throughout the forest for her kind heart and ability to listen with an empathy that soothed even the most troubled of souls. Her home was a cozy burrow lined with soft leaves and scented with the faint perfume of chamomile, a haven of warmth and safety. The forest was alive with creatures of every shape and size, each playing a role in the delicate balance that governed their world. There were the industrious ants, tirelessly weaving their networks beneath the soil, and the shimmering dragonflies that flitted like living jewels above the forest streams. The squirrels leaped from branch to branch with acrobatic ease, while the deer moved silently through the underbrush, their ears flicking at the slightest sound. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed in hues and moods. each change bringing its own magic. Spring arrived like a breath of fresh air, painting the world in shades of green and gold. The streams, swollen with snowmelt, sang as they rushed over stones, and the trees adorned themselves in delicate blossoms that fluttered to the ground like confetti. Summer followed, bringing with it the lazy hum of bees and the heady scent of sun-warmed berries. The forest basked in the gentle warmth, the leaves whispering secrets to the breeze as the sun arced high in the sky. Nights were filled with the soft glow of fireflies, their tiny lanterns flickering like stars fallen to earth. Autumn was a time of rich colors and quiet reflection. The leaves blazed in fiery shades of red and gold, carpeting the forest floor in a crunchy mosaic. The air was crisp and carried the faintest hint of wood smoke, a reminder of the longer nights to come. Animals busied themselves preparing for winter, gathering food and fortifying their homes against the chill. Winter, when it came, was a time of stillness and wonder. The forest lay under a blanket of snow, the world hushed and serene. Icicles hung like crystal daggers from branches, and the air was sharp with the promise of frost. Yet even in the heart of winter, life persisted, hidden beneath the snow or tucked away in cozy burrows. One year, as the first snows began to fall, a strange thing happened in the forest. The weather, usually predictable in its seasonal dance, began to behave erratically. Snowstorms arrived earlier and lingered longer, while the sun seemed to struggle to warm the earth beneath its gaze. The animals, sensing the change, gathered in a clearing to discuss what could be done. Oswin, perched on a low branch, listened carefully as the creatures voiced their concerns. Hazel, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement, her eyes scanning the crowd of worried faces. It was clear that the balance of their world was shifting, and something needed to be done to restore harmony. The animals turned to Oswin for guidance, knowing that his wisdom was a beacon in the darkness. The old owl cleared his throat, his voice a gentle rumble that carried across the clearing. "Friends," he began, "the forest has always thrived on the balance between its creatures and the seasons. It is our responsibility to maintain this harmony. We must discover the root of this discord and work together to set things right." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, and Hazel rose to speak, her voice soft but firm. "Perhaps we should seek the counsel of the elder tree," she suggested. "It is said to hold the memory of all seasons and the wisdom of ages. If anyone can guide us, it is the elder tree." The animals agreed, and a small group was chosen to make the journey to the elder tree. Oswin and Hazel, along with a nimble squirrel named Thistle, and a curious fox named Fern, set off through the snow-laden forest. The journey was not an easy one. The paths they once knew were hidden beneath drifts of snow, and the cold bit their noses and paws. Yet they pressed on, driven by the hope of restoring their home to its natural balance. Along the way, they encountered other creatures who offered them shelter and warmth, a testament to the spirit of friendship that thrived among them. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived at the elder tree. It was a towering beech, its trunk gnarled with age and wisdom. The air around it was different, charged with a gentle energy that seemed to hum with the passage of time. Oswin fluttered up to a low branch, his heart filled with reverence. "Great elder tree," he called, "we seek your guidance. The balance of our forest has been disturbed, and we do not know how to set it right." The elder tree, silent for a moment, seemed to consider their plight. Then, in a voice like rustling leaves, it spoke. "The seasons, like all things, must be in harmony. The imbalance you feel is a reflection of discord in the world beyond the forest. It is a time of change, and you must adapt, as you always have." The animals listened, understanding dawning upon them. They realized that they must work together, not just among themselves, but with the world beyond their forest, to nurture and protect the delicate web of life. With newfound determination, the group returned to their home, carrying the wisdom of the elder tree in their hearts. They shared this wisdom with others, encouraging cooperation and understanding. Slowly, the balance began to restore itself, as each creature played its part in the grand tapestry of the forest. As winter melted into spring, the forest awoke once more, vibrant and alive with possibility. The animals celebrated their triumph, grateful for the lessons learned and the bonds strengthened. Oswin and Hazel, their friendship deeper than ever, watched as life unfolded around them, a testament to the enduring power of harmony and hope. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality met, the cycles of life continued, a gentle reminder that even in the face of change, there is beauty and balance to be found. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like liquid gold, and shadows whispered secrets to those willing to listen, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the very essence of nature itself. This was a place where the air was perpetually laced with the earthy aroma of moss and fallen leaves, and the soft rustle of the wind through the towering trees spoke of stories that had been long forgotten by humankind. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted grove was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius. His shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, worn smooth by centuries of time, and his eyes held the depth of the forest's ancient wisdom. Tiberius was the guardian of the forest's lore, a role he cherished deeply as he moved slowly yet purposefully through the underbrush, leaving trails of wisdom wherever he went. The forest was alive with creatures both great and small, each playing their part in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. There were the industrious bees buzzing tirelessly around the patchwork of wildflowers, their wings a gentle hum that filled the air with a sense of purpose. The deer moved gracefully through the dappled sunlight, their steps so light they seemed to float above the ground. Overhead, birds wove their songs into the very fabric of the sky, their melodies echoing off the trunks of ancient oaks and pines. Yet the most magical of all were the seasonal sprites, ethereal beings who embodied the essence of the forest's cycles. These sprites were as transient as the seasons themselves, their appearances heralding changes that swept through the forest with quiet splendor. In the spring, the sprite known as Verna awakened from her slumber, her form a vibrant tapestry of budding leaves and delicate petals. Her touch brought life to the forest floor, coaxing the first blooms from their winter sleep and filling the air with the sweet fragrance of renewal. As Tiberius ambled along a sun-dappled path one late spring morning, he sensed the familiar presence of Verna. She shimmered into view like a mirage, her laughter a gentle breeze that rustled the new leaves. "Good morning, Tiberius," she greeted, her voice as light as the morning mist. "And a good morning to you, Verna," replied Tiberius, his voice a deep, resonant rumble. "I see you've been busy awakening the forest." Verna nodded, her eyes twinkling with the joy of her work. "The forest is so vibrant in spring, everything is alive with possibility." Tiberius chuckled softly. "Indeed, but with every season comes its own challenges. Have you noticed the imbalance in the eastern grove?" Verna's expression grew thoughtful. "I have. The flowers there seem reluctant to bloom fully, and the bees avoid it." Tiberius nodded. "It is as if the grove holds its breath, waiting for something. I believe it is time to consult the Circle of Elders." The Circle of Elders was a gathering of the forest's most ancient and wise creatures, who convened beneath the boughs of a colossal oak known as the Heart Tree. Its massive roots cradled a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the canopy above like a mirror. It was here that the forest's wisdom was shared, and where solutions were woven from the threads of experience and insight. When Tiberius and Verna arrived, they found the elders already assembled. There was Eoland, the great horned owl whose feathers held the night sky within them, and Bramble, the venerable stag with antlers that seemed to touch the heavens. They were joined by Selwyn, an aged fox whose cunning was matched only by his kindness, and Willow, an ancient hare with fur as white as winter's first snow. "Welcome, Tiberius, Verna," Eolande hooted, her eyes sharp and knowing. "We have sensed the disturbance in the eastern grove." Bramble nodded, his voice deep and rumbling. "It is as though the grove has lost its song." Selwyn flicked his bushy tail thoughtfully. "Perhaps there is something beneath the surface that eludes our sight." Willow, her ears twitching, added softly, "The balance must be restored for all our sakes." With a nod, Tiberius shared what he and Verna had observed, and the elders listened intently, their expressions grave yet determined. Together they pondered the possible causes, their collective wisdom weaving a tapestry of understanding. Finally, it was Verna who spoke, her voice filled with the gentle authority of spring itself. "There is a legend," she began, "of a hidden spring beneath the grove, one that nourishes the roots of the forest. If it has become blocked or tainted, it could be causing the imbalance we sense. The elders nodded solemnly, for they knew that such a spring, if neglected or harmed, could indeed disrupt the harmony of the forest. With a newfound sense of purpose, Tiberius, Verna, and the elders made their way to the eastern grove. The air there was different, heavier somehow, as if the very earth held its breath. The flowers were pale shadows of their usual vibrant selves, and the bees, normally so industrious, circled aimlessly, their usual hum absent. As they approached the center of the grove, Tiberius felt a gentle tug from the earth beneath his feet. He paused, lowering his head to listen to the whispers of the soil. "Here," he murmured, tapping the ground with a claw. With careful deliberation, Verna knelt, her fingers brushing the earth. A soft glow emanated from her touch, illuminating the ground with a warm, inviting light. The earth seemed to sigh, and slowly, as if waking from a long slumber, the ground parted to reveal a hidden spring. Its waters were clear and pure, and as they bubbled to the surface, the grove seemed to release a collective breath of relief. The elders gathered around, their eyes reflecting the shimmer of the spring. "It is unblocked," Bramble declared, his voice filled with reverence. Iolanda nodded, "and with it, the grove will find its balance once more." The water flowed gently, weaving through the roots and nourishing the earth. The flowers lifted their heads, their colors deepening to vibrant hues, and the bees returned, their hum a song of harmony and renewal. As the grove came alive once more, Tiberius turned to Verna, gratitude in his eyes. "Your wisdom and touch have restored what was lost." Verna smiled, her expression serene. "It is not my work alone, but the work of the forest itself. We are all connected, each of us a part of the greater whole." And so the grove thrived, its balance restored by the wisdom and unity of the forest's inhabitants. The seasons continued their eternal dance, each sprite bringing its own magic to the world. And Tiberius, with his slow, steady steps, continued to wander the forest, sharing stories and wisdom with those who paused to listen. As the sun set behind the towering trees, casting the forest in a golden glow, a sense of peace settled over the land. The creatures of the forest, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, lived in harmony, each contributing to the tapestry of life. And in the heart of the grove, beneath the watchful gaze of the heart tree, the hidden spring flowed on, a silent testament to the enduring balance of nature and the wisdom of those who called it home. Story 14. In a forest older than time itself, where the whispers of the wind carried tales of yore, there existed a realm where the creatures of nature led lives unseen by human eyes. This forest, with its towering trees that reached skyward like ancient sentinels, was a tapestry woven from the threads of magic and reality. It was a place where sunlight danced through a canopy of leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor, and where the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, mingling with the sweet earthiness of decaying leaves. Among the residents of this enchanted woodland was a wise old owl named Hooten, whose feathers were as soft and mottled as the bark of the trees he called home. Hooten was the keeper of stories, and his eyes, round and bright as amber, had witnessed the changing seasons for countless years. He perched high in the branches of a great oak, its limbs sturdy and familiar as a grandfather's embrace, where he could observe the life below. In the heart of this forest lay a glistening pond, a mirror to the heavens, reflecting the blues and grays of the sky above. This pond was a gathering place for creatures of all kinds, from the tiniest water striders skimming its surface to the majestic deer that came to drink from its cool depths. On the banks of this pond lived a family of gentle rabbits, their fur as soft as the finest velvet. The youngest of them, a curious soul named Thistle, loved to listen to Hooten's stories, the tales of seasons past and the secrets of nature's balance. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was alive with the scent of wood smoke and the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, Thistle approached Hooten with a question that had been nibbling at her heart. "Wise Hooten," she began, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, "how do all the creatures of the forest know when it's time to prepare for winter?" Hooten blinked slowly, his eyes twinkling in the twilight. "Ah, little Thistle," he replied, his voice deep and soothing, the forest sings a song that only those who listen with their hearts can hear. It is a melody composed by the rhythm of the seasons, guiding us all in harmony. Curious and eager to learn, Thistle decided she would pay closer attention to the forest's song. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, she noticed the squirrels busily gathering acorns, their tiny claws scratching against the rough bark as they scampered up and down trees. The birds, too, were preparing, their songs a little more urgent as they gathered berries and seeds. One day, as a gentle snow began to fall, blanketing the forest in a serene hush, Thistle watched as the animals moved with purpose, each task a note in the symphony of survival. She realized that every creature, from the smallest ant to the largest bear, played a part in the forest's delicate balance. Yet Thistle also noticed something unusual, a part of the forest where the harmony seemed disrupted. The trees there stood bare and brittle, their branches clawing at the sky like fingers seeking warmth. Curious and concerned, Thistle ventured closer, her paws leaving tiny imprints in the fresh snow. She found a family of hedgehogs nestled in a burrow, their prickly spines quivering from the chill. "What happened here?" Thistle asked, her voice filled with compassion. The elder hedgehog, her quills frosted with ice, sighed. "The trees here have forgotten their song," she explained. "Without it, they cannot lend us their warmth, and we struggle to find shelter." Determined to help, Thistle remembered Hooten's stories of how wisdom and friendship could overcome any challenge. She knew she must find a way to restore the harmony to this part of the forest. Returning to the great oak, she chirped her dilemma to Hooten, who listened with great care. "You have a kind heart, dear Thistle," Hooten said, ruffling his feathers thoughtfully. "Perhaps the trees need a reminder of the magic that binds us all." With newfound resolve, Thistle gathered her friends, the squirrels with their nimble paws, the birds with their sweet songs, and even the deer with their gentle grace. Together they crafted a plan to remind the trees of their forgotten melody. The squirrels scurried about, spreading seeds and nuts around the roots, while the birds sang songs of spring and renewal. The deer trampled the earth softly, loosening the soil to welcome new life. As they worked, a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying the harmonious notes of their labor through the forest. Slowly the trees seemed to awaken, their branches swaying to the rhythm of the wind. Buds began to appear, small and tentative, like promises of warmer days to come. Thistle watched in awe as the once barren trees began to bloom, their leaves unfurling like emerald sails catching the wind. The hedgehogs emerged from their burrows, their eyes bright with hope as they felt the warmth return to their home. As the forest hummed with renewed life, Hooten flew down to join Thistle and her friends. "You have done well, young one," he said, his voice filled with pride. "Together you have shown that even the smallest act of kindness can restore balance and harmony." Thistle beamed, her heart swelling with joy. She realized that the forest's song was not just a melody of survival, but a symphony of life itself, a reminder that every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the grand design. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the creatures of the forest gathered around the pond. They reveled in the warmth of friendship and the promise of a bright tomorrow. The forest, once again in harmony, settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the earth. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced together in perfect balance, Thistle learned that wisdom was not merely something passed down through stories, but something lived and shared through the bonds of friendship and love. The forest continued its timeless song, a lullaby to all who called it home, whispering its secrets in the rustle of leaves and the murmur of the wind, a song of peace, harmony, and the enduring magic of nature. Story 15. In the heart of the verdant whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the stars and the moonlight wove silver lace through the leaves, lay the quaint village of Lumen Hollow. The village was known for its cobblestone streets that glimmered like polished gems under the sun, and cottages that exhaled the warm scents of jasmine and honey from their thatched roofs. It was a place where enchantment and tranquility lived hand in hand, and the villagers embraced the gentle rhythm of the magical world around them. Yet a gentle mystery had begun to weave itself through the fabric of this serene community. Each morning, as the first light stretched its golden fingers across the land, the villagers awoke to find that their belongings had been subtly rearranged. The candlestick that usually sat on the mantel would be found resting on the kitchen table, and the woven baskets that hung by the door were mysteriously placed by the garden gate, their contents undisturbed but their positions altered. The villagers were puzzled, for no locks had been tampered with, and no tracks led away from their homes. It was as if a mischievous breeze had played a game of hide-and-seek, leaving them both bewildered and amused. The mystery was gentle, like the village itself, but it lingered in their thoughts, a soft whisper in their otherwise peaceful lives. Among the villagers was a young girl named Maya, whose heart was as bright as the dawn, and whose curiosity was as vast as the sky. Maya had a friend in the wise old owl named Oswin, who resided in the ancient oak that stood at the edge of the village. Oswin had feathers of soft gray and eyes that gleamed with the wisdom of centuries. He was known to be a sage, dispensing advice to those who sought the clarity of his counsel. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose, Maya set out to visit Oswin. The path to the oak was lined with fireflies, their tiny lanterns twinkling in the growing dusk. Maya felt a gentle thrill of anticipation as she approached the tree, where Oswin perched among the branches, silhouetted against the twilight. "Good evening, Maya," Oswin hooted softly, his voice as smooth as the night's breeze. "What brings you to my branches at this hour?" "There's a mystery in the village, Oswin," Maya replied, her voice a curious melody. "Our things are being moved about each night, as if by unseen hands. Do you know what might be causing this?" Oswin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, mystery indeed. It sounds like the work of something magical yet harmless. Have you looked closely at what has been moved? Sometimes the smallest details hold the greatest clues." Encouraged by Oswin's words, Maya returned to the village, her mind alight with possibilities. She decided to quietly observe her surroundings that night, hoping to unravel the mystery's gentle threads. As the village slumbered under the watchful gaze of the moon, Maya perched by her window, her eyes scanning the shadows. The night was a symphony of soft sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant song of a nightingale, and the whisper of the wind through the trees. Hours passed, and just as Maya's eyes began to grow heavy, she spied a flicker of movement near the garden gate. Squinting into the darkness, Maya discerned a small figure, no taller than a toddler, with wings that shimmered like moonbeams. It was a pixie, one of the gentle creatures of the Whispering Woods, known for their playful nature and affinity for harmless pranks. The pixie flitted from house to house, moving items with delicate care, a joyful gleam in its eyes. Maya watched, both relieved and amused, as the pixie rearranged the villagers' belongings with the whimsical precision of an artist at work. The next morning, Maya shared her discovery with Oswin, who chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Pixies are indeed fond of their games," he said, "but they mean no harm. Perhaps if the villagers left them a small token of appreciation, they might find their belongings left in peace." Taking Oswin's advice to heart, Maya gathered the villagers in the square that afternoon, the sun casting warm patterns through the canopy above. She recounted her nighttime observation, filling the air with laughter and relief. Together, they decided to leave small gifts for the pixies, a sprinkling of sugar, a few drops of honey, and tiny garlands of wildflowers. That night, as the stars blinked awake and the village settled into sleep, Maya placed her offering by the garden gate. The morning brought a delightful discovery. The pixies had not moved a single item. In their place, the villagers found tiny bouquets of forget-me-nots and a sense of restored order. As the days turned to weeks, the villagers of Lumen Hollow continued to leave their gifts, and the pixies, in turn, adorned their homes with little tokens of gratitude. The mystery had blossomed into a bond, a gentle dance of giving and receiving that enriched the lives of all involved. In the warm glow of the hearth, as the fire crackled softly and the village nestled into the gentle embrace of night, Maya sat with her family, sharing tales of the pixies and their newfound friendship. The mystery had been solved, not with suspicion or fear, but with understanding and kindness. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, Maya knew that in the heart of the Whispering Woods, magic and harmony would forever walk hand in hand. Story 16. In the gentle cradle of the valley of verdant hope, where the emerald hills rolled like the softest waves of the sea, there lay a small village cloaked in the whispers of time. Nestled amidst the lush tapestry of wildflowers and ancient oaks, this village was home to a community that knew the language of the earth and sky. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the breeze hummed a lullaby that carried the stories of old. In one of the cobblestone cottages, with its thatched roof kissed by moss and sunlight, lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known throughout the village for her gentle heart and curious spirit. Lyra's days were filled with tending to her garden, where every leaf and bloom seemed to bow to her touch, and her evenings were spent listening to the tales spun by the elders around the communal hearth. Yet despite the warmth and kinship of her village, Lyra felt a yearning, a distant echo calling her from beyond the horizon. One golden morning, as the dew glistened on the petals like tiny stars at dawn, Lyra's grandmother, wise and gentle as the moonlight, beckoned her to sit by the fire. Her eyes, deep as the night sky, held secrets that danced like shadows. "Lyra, my dear," she began, her voice a melody of age and affection, "there is a legacy that flows in your veins, a heritage as rich as the soil beneath our feet. It is time you discover it." Curiosity flared in Lyra's heart like a spark. Her grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with symbols of the sun and moon entwined. "This," she said, her fingers tracing the patterns, "is an heirloom passed down through generations. It holds the key to our family's journey, a path that you must walk to truly know who you are." With reverence, Lyra opened the box, revealing a delicate silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, cradling a tiny sapphire star. As she held it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she sensed the pulse of something ancient and powerful. Her grandmother nodded, a knowing smile on her lips. "This pendant holds the magic of our ancestors, the guardians of the land and keepers of its secrets. Wear it, and it will guide you." Lyra carefully placed the pendant around her neck, feeling its weight settle like a promise. That night, as she lay beneath the quilt of stars, the pendant glowed softly against her skin, and she dreamed of faraway places bathed in the golden hues of sunset. The next day, Lyra set out on her journey, guided by the whispers of the pendant. The path led her through verdant meadows where butterflies danced like living jewels, and through forests where the trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches reaching out as if to embrace her. Along the way, she met a myriad of gentle creatures, a wise old owl who spoke of the wisdom of patience, a family of deer who taught her the grace of moving through life's challenges, and a fox who, with a twinkle in its eye, shared the importance of cleverness and adaptability. As Lyra traveled, she found herself drawn to a hidden glade where an ancient oak stood, its trunk thick and gnarled with age. The air here was different, charged with a peaceful energy that seemed to hum with the heartbeat of the world itself. Beneath the oak's sprawling branches, Lyra discovered a circle of stones, each inscribed with the same symbols as her pendant. Kneeling within the circle, Lyra placed her hands on the earth, feeling its steady pulse beneath her palms. The pendant around her neck shimmered, and visions unfolded before her eyes, images of her ancestors tending to this land, nurturing it with love and understanding. She saw their rituals, the way they honored the cycles of the moon and sun, how they listened to the songs of the wind and rain, and how they cherished the harmony between all living things. With each vision, Lyra felt a thread weaving her into this tapestry of life, connecting her to the past and the present. And as the last vision faded, she understood that her journey was not just about discovering her heritage, but embracing it as a living, breathing part of herself. When Lyra returned to her village, she carried with her not only the stories and wisdom of her ancestors, but a newfound sense of belonging. She shared her experiences with her community, teaching them the lessons she had learned, the power of patience, the grace of resilience, and the beauty of living in harmony with the world around them. In the evenings, as the village gathered around the hearth, Lyra's tales became a cherished tradition, a bridge between the past and the future. And as she spoke, the pendant around her neck continued to glow softly, a beacon of the legacy she had embraced, guiding her home. And so, in the valley of verdant hope, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks and the starlit sky, Lyra found her place, her heart entwined with the land and its stories, forever a part of the rich tapestry of life. And in this gentle embrace, she knew she was home. Story 17. Once upon a starlit night, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Although small in stature, Willow harbored a curious spirit and an insatiable desire for adventure that often led her down paths seldom trodden. It was on one such night that Willow found herself drawn to a strange, ethereal glow emanating from the depths of the woodland. Entranced, she followed the luminous trail, her velveteen paws carrying her deeper into the forest's embrace. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a sight that left her breathless, a radiant, crystalline stone pulsing with an otherworldly energy. As Willow drew nearer, the stone's warmth enveloped her, and she felt a stirring within her very soul. In that moment, a whisper carried on the breeze revealed the stone's magic, the power to grant the purest of wishes. Willow's heart raced with excitement, for she had always longed to explore the world beyond the forest's boundaries. With a gentle touch, Willow made her heartfelt wish, and in an instant, the world around her transformed. The familiar trees and foliage faded, giving way to a vast, untamed landscape that stretched as far as the eye could see. Willow found herself standing at the edge of a sprawling desert, its golden dunes undulating like waves on an endless sea. Though trepidation tugged at her heart, Willow's curiosity propelled her forward. With each step, the sand shifted beneath her paws, but her determination burned brighter than the desert sun. As she crested the first dune, a breathtaking sight awaited her. A hidden oasis nestled amidst the dunes, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. It was here, within this verdant sanctuary, that Willow encountered a most peculiar creature, a desert fox named Zara. At first, the two eyed each other warily, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, Zara's warm, inviting nature melted away Willow's apprehensions. Over the flickering flames of a campfire, the unlikely duo shared tales of their respective worlds, forging a bond that transcended their differences. Zara spoke of the nomadic tribes that called the desert home, their lives guided by the stars and the whispers of the wind. In turn, Willow regaled Zara with stories of the forest's magic, painting vivid pictures of towering trees and babbling brooks. As the embers faded, Willow felt a profound sense of gratitude for the experience the crystal had granted her. But her adventure was far from over, for the desert held many more secrets waiting to be uncovered. With Zara as her guide, Willow embarked on a journey that would forever change her perception of the world. They traversed vast, shifting sands, navigating by the constellations that danced across the inky expanse of the night sky. Along the way, they encountered ancient ruins, their crumbling walls etched with hieroglyphs that spoke of a bygone era. Within these ruins, Willow and Zara uncovered a mystery that had long eluded the desert dwellers, a secret chamber housing a trove of ancient artifacts, each imbued with its own unique magic. It was here that Willow learned of the desert's hidden world, a realm where the boundaries between reality and myth blurred. As they delved deeper into this mystical realm, Willow and Zara forged an unbreakable bond, their friendship a beacon of hope in the face of the desert's harsh challenges. Together, they faced scorching winds and treacherous sandstorms, their unwavering trust in one another guiding them through even the darkest of times. In the heart of the desert, they encountered a nomadic tribe that welcomed them with open arms, sharing their customs and rich cultural heritage. Willow was captivated by the tribe's stories, which spoke of the desert's enduring spirit and the reverence they held for the land that had nurtured them for generations. It was during her time with the tribe that Willow underwent a profound transformation. The desert's harsh beauty and the resilience of its people taught her invaluable lessons about perseverance, humility, and the interconnectedness of all living beings. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Willow's once insatiable wanderlust gradually gave way to a newfound appreciation for the present moment. She learned to embrace the desert's rhythms, attuning herself to the ebb and flow of its ever-changing landscapes. Through her friendship with Zara and the wisdom imparted by the nomadic tribe, Willow discovered a depth of inner strength she never knew existed. She came to understand that true adventure lay not in the distance traveled, but in the journey of self-discovery that unfolded with each step. As the sun set on her final night in the desert, Willow gazed out over the vast expanse, her heart swelling with gratitude. The crystal's magic had opened her eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the forest's boundaries, and in doing so, had profoundly transformed her very being. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to Zara and the nomadic tribe, promising to carry the desert's lessons with her always. As she made her way back to the oasis, the crystal's warm glow once again enveloped her, and in a blink, she found herself back in the familiar embrace of the forest. But Willow was no longer the same rabbit who had set out on this extraordinary journey. She had grown wiser, her perspective forever broadened by the experiences she had gained. And as she settled into the soft moss beneath the towering trees, she knew that the magic of the desert would forever remain a part of her, guiding her steps and shaping her path. From that day forth, Willow embraced each moment with a newfound appreciation, her heart filled with wonder and gratitude for the world's boundless beauty. And whenever the weight of the world seemed too heavy to bear, she would gaze up at the twinkling stars and remember the timeless wisdom of the desert. That true strength lies in the ability to adapt, to persevere, and to find joy in the simplest of moments. For Willow, the crystal's magic had been a gift, a catalyst for personal growth, and a reminder that the greatest adventures often lie within the depths of one's own heart. And as she drifted off to sleep, the gentle whispers of the forest cradled her dreams, carrying her back to the desert's embrace, where the bonds of friendship knew no bounds. Story 18. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stretched skyward like the vaulted ceiling of an emerald cathedral, there lay a secret world, unseen by most. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, carrying whispers of the forest's timeless tales. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting dapples of light on the forest floor, where ferns unfurled like the pages of an ancient book. In this hidden realm lived creatures of gentle wisdom and quiet courage. Forest folk, small and nimble, moved with the fluid grace of the breeze itself. Among them was Nisa, a tiny creature with eyes the color of dewdrops and hair like spun silver. Nisa was known for her keen understanding of the forest's rhythms and her heart, which beat in time with the earth's steady pulse. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves turned to gold and the air was laced with the scent of cinnamon from distant trees, a ripple of unease passed through the forest. The great oak, the oldest and wisest of all trees, whose roots delved deep into the secrets of the earth, had begun to wither. Its leaves, once vibrant and full of life, now fell in sad spirals, blanketing the ground in a tapestry of brown. Nisa, with her heart tuned to the forest's whisperings, sensed the sorrow of the great oak. She knew that the balance of the forest was in jeopardy, for the oak held stories and wisdom as old as time itself. Without its strength, the harmony of the forest could unravel like a thread pulled from a tapestry. Determined to restore balance, Nisa sought the counsel of her friend, Thistle, a wise old squirrel known for his tales of seasons past. Thistle's fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes twinkled with the light of 100 sunsets. Together, they pondered the mystery of the great oak's ailment, sitting beneath its branches as they listened to the murmurs of the wind. "The forest speaks through seasons," Thistle mused, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "Perhaps there is a message in the turning of the weather, a story we have overlooked." Nisa nodded, her mind racing back to the tales her grandmother had shared by the glow of fireflies. The forest's balance was delicate, like the intricate dance of sunlight and shadow. Each season brought its own magic, its own lessons. Perhaps the answer lay not in the oak itself, but in the patterns of nature that surrounded it. With this thought, Nisa and Thistle set out to observe the forest's rhythms more closely. They watched the dance of the leaves as they drifted to the ground, listened to the songs of birds weaving through the air, and felt the cool breath of the forest as it sighed in the twilight. Each moment was a clue, a piece of the puzzle that would restore the great oak. Days passed, and as the earth turned towards winter, a gentle snow began to fall, blanketing the forest in a quilt of white. It was then that Nissa saw it, a circle of mushrooms, their caps dusted with snow, encircling the base of the great oak. This fairy ring, a symbol of magic and nature's balance, held the key. The ring is a promise, Nissa realized, her voice a soft echo in the stillness, a reminder that even in the coldest times, life endures, waiting to awaken with the warmth of spring. With this newfound understanding, Nissa and Thistle gathered the forest folk, sharing the story of the fairy ring and the promise it held. Together, they sang songs of renewal and hope, their voices mingling with the wind's lullaby. As the last notes faded into the frosty air, a warmth spread through the earth, reaching the roots of the great oak. Slowly, its branches lifted, leaves shimmering with a promise of new life. The forest sighed with relief, a deep and resonant sound like the contented purr of a sleeping cat. The creatures of the forest celebrated, their hearts full of gratitude for the wisdom preserved and the balance restored. Nissa and Thistle, content in their friendship and the harmony they had helped to mend, sat beneath the great oak, their spirits entwined with the whispers of the forest. And so, as the world turned and the seasons danced their eternal waltz, the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle rhythms of nature. The great oak stood proudly once again, its leaves rustling with secrets of the past and promises for the future, a guardian of stories, a keeper of balance, and a symbol of the enduring magic that lay in the heart of the forest. Story 19. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang melodies older than time, lived a community of creatures unlike any other. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together seamlessly, each thread binding the forest in a tapestry of life and wonder. The forest was home to a myriad of beings, each playing a vital role in the delicate balance of their world. The sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where a carpet of emerald moss cushioned the footsteps of its inhabitants. Here the air was perpetually imbued with the scent of pine and earth, a soothing balm that wrapped around the senses like a warm blanket. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of the night sky, was a canvas of stories from generations past. Thistle moved with deliberate grace, each step a testament to the patience and wisdom that came with age. His eyes held a gentle sparkle, reflecting the knowledge of the forest's deep rhythms. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to golden hues and the air carried a crispness that hinted at the coming winter, Thistle gathered his friends by the great oak that stood sentinel at the heart of the forest. There was Beryl, the curious squirrel whose bushy tail flicked with excitement at the promise of a new adventure, and Lark, a melodious robin whose songs could lift the spirits of anyone who heard them. Beside them stood Willow, a gentle deer whose soft gaze spoke of kindness and understanding. "I have felt a shift in the air," Thistle began, his voice as steady as the gentle stream that wound through their home. "The balance of our forest is threatened, and we must work together to restore harmony." As Thistle spoke, the creatures gathered closer, their eyes wide with concern and curiosity. The forest had long thrived on a delicate harmony, each season bringing its own magic and challenges. But now, the winds seemed to carry whispers of unease, and the vibrant colors of autumn felt muted, as if the forest itself held its breath. "We must seek the wisdom of the elder tree," Thistle continued, his gaze turning towards the towering figure at the edge of the forest. The elder tree was the oldest and most revered being in their world, its roots stretching deep into the earth, connecting the past with the present. It was said that the elder tree held the memories of all the seasons, and its bark was etched with the stories of countless generations. With a sense of purpose, the small band set off through the forest, the rustling leaves beneath their feet echoing their determination. The journey led them through sun-dappled glades, where the gentle hum of bees could be heard, and across babbling brooks that mirrored the sky above. As they traveled, the creatures shared stories and laughter, their friendship weaving a warmth that warded off the chill of the encroaching winter. Finally, they arrived at the clearing where the elder tree stood, its immense presence a comforting embrace. The tree's bark was rough and textured, like the pages of an ancient tome, and its branches stretched towards the heavens, cradling nests and homes for countless creatures. Thistle approached the elder tree with reverence, his voice barely a whisper as he spoke. "Great elder tree, we seek your guidance. The balance of our forest is faltering, and we wish to restore harmony." The elder tree's leaves rustled in response, a gentle sigh that seemed to echo through the forest. From within its boughs, a soft, shimmering light began to glow, enveloping the friends in a warm embrace. The light carried with it the scent of spring blossoms and the rich aroma of fertile soil, a reminder of the cycles of life that bound them all. In that moment, the creatures felt a deep connection to the forest and to each other. The elder tree's wisdom flowed through them, filling them with the understanding that true harmony was not found in resisting change, but in embracing it. The seasons, with their own unique challenges and beauty, were a testament to the resilience and adaptability of nature. With newfound resolve, Thistle and his friends returned to their part of the forest, their hearts lighter and their spirits renewed. They worked together, planting seeds that would grow into vibrant blossoms come spring, and gathering fallen leaves to enrich the soil. Each action, no matter how small, was a step towards restoring the balance they cherished. As the weeks passed, the forest seemed to breathe with newfound vigor. The winds carried a melody of hope, and the streams laughed as they danced over stones polished smooth by time. Under the watchful eyes of the elder tree, the creatures of the forest thrived, their lives a testament to the beauty of unity and the power of friendship. And so, as winter's first snowflakes gently kissed the earth, thistle, beryl, lark, and willow sat together beneath the great oak. The fireflies began their evening dance, their glow a soft reminder of the magic that thrummed through the forest. The air was filled with the sweet, spicy scent of pine, and the sky above was a tapestry of stars woven into the inky fabric of night. In the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic were one and the same, the creatures had found not just a way to overcome their challenges, but a deeper understanding of their place in the world. The wisdom of the elder tree echoed in their hearts, a gentle reminder that balance was a dance, ever-changing, ever beautiful. And so, wrapped in the comforting embrace of their beloved forest, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the endless wonders of the world they called home. Story 20. In the heart of the Vale of Whispers, nestled between two grand mountains that seemed to hug the sky, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. It was a place where the air was perfumed with the scent of lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves provided a perpetual symphony. But what truly set Willowbrook apart was the mysterious glow that emanated from the surrounding forest each night, a luminescent dance of colors that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. The villagers often spoke of the glow with a mixture of reverence and curiosity, but few ventured into the woods to explore its origins. Among the cautious inhabitants lived a young boy named Finn. With hair as dark as a raven's wing and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, Finn possessed a heart that beat in rhythm to the pulse of adventure. He often sat by the edge of the forest, listening to the stories it seemed to breathe to those who were willing to hear. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with the hues of twilight, Finn's grandmother, a wise woman known for her tales of old, beckoned him to her fireside. The glow from the hearth wrapped them in a cocoon of warmth as she began to spin another of her enchanting yarns. "Once upon a time," she intoned, her voice a gentle lullaby, "there was a mystical compass that could lead its bearer to the heart of any mystery. It was crafted from the essence of the stars and held the power to unveil the hidden truths of the world." Finn's eyes widened, his imagination taking flight on the wings of her words. "Does it still exist, grandmother?" he asked, his voice a whisper filled with wonder. "Ah," she replied with a knowing smile. "Some say it's hidden within the forest's glow, waiting for the one with a pure heart and an insatiable curiosity to find it." That night, as Finn lay in bed, the story echoed in his mind, intertwining with his dreams. He envisioned a world where mysteries unfolded like petals of a flower, revealing wonders beyond imagination. When morning light spilled through his window, he awoke with a newfound determination. Armed with nothing but a small satchel and an unyielding sense of wonder, Finn embarked on his journey into the heart of the forest. The air was crisp, and the morning dew clung to the leaves like a scattering of diamonds. As he ventured deeper, the world around him seemed to transform. The forest was alive with whispers, the rustling leaves and distant bird calls creating a melody that guided his steps. After hours of wandering, Finn stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the ethereal glow his grandmother had described. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the heavens. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a small, ornately carved box. Reverently, Finn approached and opened the lid to reveal a compass unlike any he had ever seen. Its needle glowed with a soft luminescence, spinning gently as if attuned to the whispers of the wind. As he held the compass, Finn felt a gentle tug at his heart, a sensation that seemed to guide him deeper into the forest. The path was winding and often obscured, yet the compass's needle remained steady, pointing him toward a destination unknown. Days turned into nights, and Finn found solace in the forest's embrace. He made friends with the creatures of the woods, a chatty squirrel named Birch, who offered advice in exchange for acorns, and a wise old owl called Sage, who shared tales of the forest's history during the stillness of night. One afternoon, as Finn rested by a babbling brook, the compass's needle began to spin wildly. Curious and slightly unnerved, he followed its erratic dance until he came upon a hidden glen, its entrance concealed by a curtain of ivy. Inside, the air thrummed with magic, and Finn felt a sense of belonging as if he had stumbled upon a place meant just for him. In the center of the glen stood a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the sky in perfect clarity. As Finn approached, the compass's needle slowed, pointing directly at the pool. Kneeling by its edge, he peered into the water and gasped. There, beneath the surface, lay a world unlike any other, a hidden realm teeming with life and light, where colors danced and the air was filled with a melody that resonated deep within his soul. Overwhelmed with awe, Finn realized that the compass had led him to a portal, a gateway to a world where mysteries awaited to be explored. With a deep breath and a heart full of courage, he plunged into the pool, the water wrapping around him like a gentle embrace. Emerging on the other side, Finn found himself in a land that defied description. The sky was a canvas of swirling hues, and the ground beneath his feet was soft as a whisper. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes filled with the wisdom of ages. It was a world where magic thrived, and every step brought new wonders to behold. Guided by the compass, Finn journeyed through this enchanted realm, learning its secrets and forging bonds of friendship. He met a kind-hearted dragon named Ember, who shared stories of the stars, and a gentle giant called Moss, whose laughter echoed like a symphony through the valleys. Together, they faced challenges and uncovered mysteries, each adventure teaching Finn lessons of courage, compassion, and the importance of cherishing the unknown. As time passed, Finn grew in wisdom and strength, his heart forever touched by the magic of the hidden world. Yet, he knew that the time would come when he must return to Willowbrook, to share the tales of his journey and the lessons he had learned. One day, as the sun set in a blaze of glory, the compass's needle began to spin once more, signaling the end of his adventure. With a heavy heart, Finn bid farewell to his newfound friends, promising to carry their stories with him always. Returning to the forest, he retraced his steps to the shimmering pool, the gateway to his world. As he emerged from the water, the familiar scent of lilacs filled his senses, and he found himself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing sentinel over the hidden glen. With the compass tucked safely in his satchel, Finn made his way home, his heart brimming with gratitude and a sense of fulfillment. The village welcomed him with open arms, eager to hear of his journey and the wonders he had seen. Gathered around the fireside with his grandmother and the villagers, Finn recounted his tales, his words painting vivid pictures of the hidden world and its magic. The stories ignited a spark of curiosity in all who listened, reminding them of the beauty that lay beyond the known and the power of a heart open to adventure. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, Finn felt a sense of peace settle within him. He realized that the true magic of his journey lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself, and in the friendships and lessons that had shaped him along the way. With a contented sigh, he closed his eyes, the warmth of the fire and the gentle murmur of the villagers' voices lulling him to sleep. And as he drifted into slumber, he knew that the compass would always guide him, not just to places unknown, but to the deepest corners of his heart, where the true magic of life resided. Story 21. Titled The Whispers of Wisteria Glen. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of the rolling hills, nestled a quaint village named Wisteria Glen. It was a place where the warm scent of lavender greeted you at every corner, and the morning dew twinkled like diamonds on the cobblestones. The village seemed ordinary to the casual observer, but those who truly knew it were aware of its magical secret, a hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday, a world that could only be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. Our story begins with a young girl named Lyra, whose eyes sparkled like the stars above on a clear night. Lyra lived with her grandmother, Agnes, in a charming cottage at the edge of the village. Agnes was known as the village's storyteller, and her tales were filled with the kind of magic that lingered in the air long after the telling was done. Lyra adored her grandmother's stories and often dreamt of adventures in the hidden world Agnes described. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Lyra found herself wandering through the edge of the forest, drawn by a melody that seemed to float on the breeze. It was a tune unlike any she had heard before, gentle and inviting, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. Intrigued, Lyra followed the sound, her feet crunching softly on the leaf-strewn path. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew still, and the world around her seemed to hold its breath. She came upon a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, and there she saw it, an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky. Draped over its boughs was a curtain of wisteria, its purple blossoms whispering secrets to the wind. Lyra approached the tree, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. She reached out to touch the wisteria, and as her fingers brushed the petals, a shimmering light enveloped her, and the world shifted. The forest fell away, and Lyra found herself standing at the entrance of a hidden world, vibrant and alive. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, where flowers sang in harmony, and the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and pine. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes twinkling with intelligence and kindness. Lyra felt a sense of belonging here, as if she had stumbled upon a place that had been waiting just for her. As she explored this new world, Lyra met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that glimmered with wisdom. He greeted Lyra with a friendly bow, his tail swishing gracefully behind him. "Welcome, young traveler," Finn said in a voice smooth as silk. "You must be the one the whisper spoke of, the girl with the heart of adventure." Lyra blushed, taken aback by the fox's words. "The whispers? What do you mean?" Finn chuckled softly, a sound like rustling leaves. "The whispers of the wisteria. They told us you would come, seeking the truth of our world and the magic within your own." Curiosity piqued, Lyra followed Finn as he led her through the enchanting landscape. With each step, she felt herself growing lighter, as if shedding the burdens of the world she knew. Finn explained that the hidden world was a reflection of the human heart, a place where one's true self could be discovered and nurtured. As they walked, Lyra and Finn encountered many delightful creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was Mira, the gentle deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight, and Tilly, the mischievous squirrel who loved to play pranks but had a heart as big as the forest itself. Each encounter left Lyra richer in spirit and more determined to learn the secrets of this magical place. One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Finn led Lyra to a tranquil pond at the heart of the hidden world. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the vibrant sky above. Finn told Lyra that the pond was a mirror of one's soul, revealing truths hidden deep within. Lyra approached the water's edge, her reflection staring back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she gazed into the depths, she saw not just herself, but a kaleidoscope of dreams and desires, fears and doubts. The image shifted, and she saw the faces of those she loved, her grandmother's warm smile standing out among them. In that moment, Lyra understood the true magic of the hidden world. It wasn't just a place of wonder and beauty, but a realm of self-discovery, where one could confront their innermost thoughts and emerge stronger, wiser. She realized that the magic she sought was within her all along, waiting to be awakened by the journey she had dared to undertake. As the days turned into weeks, Lila's bond with the hidden world deepened, and her friendship with Finn and the other creatures blossomed. She learned that the magic of the hidden world was intertwined with the magic of her own, and that the two were connected in ways she had never imagined. But as with all journeys, the time came for Lyra to return to her own world. The thought filled her with a bittersweet longing, for she had come to love the hidden world and its inhabitants dearly. Yet, she knew she carried their lessons and love with her, a light to guide her in the days to come. On her last day in the hidden world, Lyra stood beneath the ancient oak, the wisteria swaying gently in the breeze. Finn stood by her side, his eyes filled with understanding and friendship. "Remember, Lyra," Finn said softly, "the magic of the hidden world is within you. Whenever you need it, listen to the whispers of your heart, and you will find your way." With a heavy heart, Lyra bid farewell to her friends, promising to return one day. As she stepped through the veil of wisteria, the hidden world faded, and she found herself once more in the familiar embrace of the forest. The journey home was filled with a new sense of wonder, for Lyra now saw the magic in every leaf, every breath of Ventara in the night sky. She returned to her grandmother's cottage, her heart full of stories and secrets to share. Agnes welcomed her with open arms, her eyes twinkling with the knowledge of a journey well taken. And as Lyra recounted her adventures by the warmth of the crackling fireplace, she realized that the hidden world had changed her in ways she was only beginning to understand. From that day forward, Lyra carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a beacon of light and hope. She knew that the journey was only the beginning, and that the whispers of Wisteria Glen would always guide her, no matter where life might lead. And so, as the stars glittered in the velvet sky above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the magic of a world hidden just beyond the veil of the everyday. Story 22. In the heart of a vast, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of times long past, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was nestled in a clearing, its cottages crowned with thatched roofs that seemed to blend into the rolling hills beyond. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens and taking long walks beneath the towering oaks, whose branches stretched out like welcoming arms. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, a young girl named Lyra sat by the fireplace in her grandmother's cozy cottage. The room was filled with the warm glow of the flames, casting flickering shadows that danced along the walls. Lyra's grandmother, a wise and gentle woman, was weaving a basket from reeds she had gathered by the river that morning. "Grandmother," Lyra asked, her voice soft and curious, "do you think there are other worlds beyond our own? Places hidden from our eyes, waiting to be discovered?" Her grandmother paused, her fingers deftly weaving the reeds, and smiled. "Ah, my dear Lyra, there are indeed worlds within our own, if only you know where to look. Some say the forest holds many secrets, some of which only reveal themselves to those with kind hearts and open minds." Lyra's eyes sparkled with wonder as she listened, imagining all the adventures that might await in the depths of the forest. Her grandmother continued, "There is a tale, passed down through generations, of a magical object hidden somewhere in this very forest. It is said to be a mirror, but not just any mirror. This mirror reflects not just the world around you, but also the true nature of one's heart." Intrigued by the story, Lyra felt a gentle tug at her heart, a yearning to discover the mysteries of the forest herself. That night, as she lay in bed, the wind whispered through the leaves outside her window, and she dreamed of the hidden world her grandmother spoke of. The next morning, Lyra awoke with a sense of purpose. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of sweet apple cider. She wrapped a woolen scarf around her neck, kissed her grandmother goodbye, and set off into the forest, her heart light with the promise of adventure. The forest was alive with the colors of autumn, the leaves a tapestry of gold and crimson. Lyra walked along the winding paths, her senses heightened by the crisp air and the scent of pine. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, she marveled at the beauty around her, the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the chorus of birdsong that filled the air. Lyra had been walking for several hours when she came upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. In its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that seemed to reach up towards the heavens. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate door carved with intricate patterns. Her heart fluttered with excitement as she approached the door. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently pushed it open. To her amazement, she found herself stepping into a world that seemed to be made entirely of light and shadow, where colors shimmered like liquid rainbows, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Lyra wandered through this hidden realm, her eyes wide with wonder. She felt a deep sense of peace here, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its embrace. As she explored, she came across a gentle stream that wound its way through the landscape, its waters sparkling like 1,000 tiny diamonds. It was beside this stream that Lyra met her first friend in this enchanted world, a small, timid creature with fur as soft as the finest velvet and eyes that shone with intelligence. The creature introduced itself as Finn, and though it did not speak with words, Lyra understood it perfectly. Together, they ventured further into the hidden world, discovering wonders that defied explanation. A grove of trees whose leaves sang a melody when the wind blew through them, a meadow where the flowers glowed with an inner light, and a waterfall that seemed to tumble from the sky itself. As the days passed, Lyra and Finn grew inseparable. They shared stories and laughter, and Lyra felt a warmth in her heart that she had never known before. She realized that this friendship was one of the greatest treasures she could ever hope to find. One afternoon, as they rested by the stream, Finn nudged Lyra gently and pointed to a spot where the light danced in a curious way. There, partially hidden among the rocks, was the mirror her grandmother had spoken of. Lyra approached it with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, her heart pounding in her chest. The mirror was beautiful, with a frame of silver vines and flowers that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As Lyra gazed into its depths, she saw not only her reflection, but also images of her adventures with Finn, moments of joy and laughter, and the deep bond they shared. But the mirror also revealed something more, a glimpse into her own heart. It showed her kindness, courage, and the love that had grown within her since she first stepped into this hidden world. Lyra understood then that the true magic of the mirror was not in revealing secrets, but in reflecting the beauty that lay within. With newfound clarity, Lyra knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. She and Finn shared a tearful goodbye, promising to never forget the time they spent together. As she made her way back through the forest, Lyra carried the memories of her journey like precious jewels in her heart. When she finally emerged from the woods, her grandmother was waiting for her with open arms. Lyra shared her tale, the wonders she had seen, and the lessons she had learned. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes shining with pride. From that day on, Lyra was different. She saw the world through new eyes, appreciating the beauty in everyday moments and cherishing the friendships that enriched her life. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to her warmth and kindness, like moths to a flame. As the years passed, Lyra grew into a wise and gentle woman, much like her grandmother before her. She often wandered into the forest, a place that had become her sanctuary, and she never stopped believing in the magic of hidden worlds and the power of friendship. And so in the village of Willowbrook, the tale of the mirror and the hidden world was passed down through generations, a reminder of the beauty that lies within us all, and the wonders that await those who dare to seek them. Lyra's story became a cherished part of the village lore, inspiring countless others to explore the depths of their own hearts and discover the magic within. And every night, as the stars twinkled above the forest and the wind sang its gentle lullaby, the villagers would gather around their hearths, sharing stories of adventure and friendship, and dreaming of the worlds yet to be discovered. Story 23. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to one another, there lived a gentle soul named Isla. Her home was a snug cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that flourished with every hue of green. Isla was known for her kind heart and her gift for nurturing the most delicate of plants. Yet beneath her serene exterior, she carried a quiet unease, a feeling of restlessness that came with the changing seasons. Isla loved the predictability of her garden, where each bloom and blade had its place and where time seemed to pause. But now, as the leaves donned their vibrant autumn coats, a sense of change stirred within her, much like the first breath of winter winds. Isla found herself yearning for something more, though she could not name what that might be. The villagers often spoke of a hidden magic within the forest that could reveal one's true path. Isla, both curious and apprehensive, decided to seek it out. One crisp morning, with the sun casting a golden glow over frost-kissed grass, Isla set out into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the branches, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she walked, the forest enveloped her in a comforting embrace, and she began to feel the first stirrings of hope. Her journey led her to an ancient oak, its branches gnarled and wise, standing as the guardian of the forest's secrets. Beneath its sprawling canopy, she found a small, glistening pool. The water shimmered with an otherworldly light, reflecting the sky and the trees in its depths. As Isla knelt beside the pool, she heard a gentle rustling. From behind the oak emerged a kindly old woman named Moira, known to some as the forest keeper. Her eyes twinkled like stars, and her presence was as calming as the forest itself. "Ah, Isla," Moira said, her voice a soft melody. "The forest has been expecting you. It senses your heart's desire for change and growth." Isla nodded, her uncertainty laid bare. "I feel lost, dear Moira. I long for something beyond my garden, but I fear what change might bring." Moira smiled warmly and gestured towards the pool. "This is the pool of reflection. It shows not our faces, but our heart's true desires and the paths we must take to fulfill them." Hesitant yet intrigued, Isla peered into the water. At first she saw only ripples, but slowly an image began to form. It was her garden, transformed. The flowers were more vibrant, the trees taller, and there was a new corner, filled with unfamiliar plants that sang with color and life. Isla watched as the vision changed. She saw herself, hands deep in the earth, cultivating not just her garden, but her spirit. She was surrounded by friends, old and new, who shared in her joy and growth. The vision filled her with warmth, and she realized that change could bring beauty and connection. Moira placed a gentle hand on Ila's shoulder. "The magic within you is mirrored in the world around you. Embrace the change, and you'll find your garden and your heart will flourish in ways you never imagined." Feeling a newfound clarity, Isla thanked Moira and promised to return to the village with a heart open to transformation. As she made her way home, the forest seemed to hum with approval, each leaf and branch offering its silent encouragement. Back in her garden, Isla began to make small changes. She planted new seeds, tended to neglected corners, and invited her neighbors to share in her endeavors. With each day the garden grew more beautiful, and so did Isla's sense of purpose and belonging. Her friends, like the jovial baker Finn and the wise schoolteacher Clara, noticed the change in Isla. They joined her in her garden, offering help and companionship. Together they laughed, shared stories, and learned from one another, creating a tapestry of friendship as rich as the soil they tended. Through these connections, Isla discovered that change, though daunting, was a path to growth and joy. Her garden became a place of gathering and celebration, a testament to the power of embracing the unknown. As the seasons turned, Isla found peace in the rhythm of nature and the support of her friends. The forest's magic had awakened her own inner magic, and her heart was as full as her garden was lush. One evening, as Isla sat beneath the stars, she felt a gentle breeze, as if the forest itself was sighing contentedly. She knew then that she had found her place, a balance between what was and what could be. Her journey of transformation had only just begun, but she welcomed it with open arms, knowing that change was not to be feared, but cherished. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest and the warmth of her friendships, Isla flourished, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the magic of a life well lived. Story 24. In the dim glow of the galaxy's farthest reaches, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming planet named Luma. Its surface was a patchwork of lush emerald forests, crystal-clear streams, and towering snow-capped mountains that whispered ancient secrets to the wandering winds. This was the home of Zephyr, a gentle creature with skin that shimmered like moonlit water and eyes as deep and serene as the ocean itself. Zephyr was known among the Lumerians as a healer, possessing the unique ability to communicate with the flora and fauna of their world. Yet, despite the harmony surrounding him, Zephyr felt a quiet yearning, a longing for something more beyond the familiar canopy of stars. One day, as Zephyr walked along the edge of the great glimmering lake, a sudden flash of light caught his eye. It was not the usual twinkle of starlight, but something bright and unusual, streaking across the sky before disappearing into the distant forest. Curious and compelled by an inexplicable pull, Zephyr decided to investigate. Meanwhile, on a planet far beyond the constellation known to Lumerians, there lived a young inventor named Nyla. Her home, the planet Celestria, was a marvel of technological wonders. Towering structures of gleaming metal and glass reached toward the heavens, and the air buzzed with the hum of machines that sustained life on this bustling world. Nyla was a dreamer, always tinkering, always seeking the next big discovery that would change the lives of her people. It was during one of her experiments, a daring test flight of a new kind of starship, that something went awry. Her ship, the Aurora, was engulfed in a cascade of shimmering lights, a phenomenon beyond her control that sent her spiraling through the cosmos. As the ship hurtled through the void, Nyla braced herself for an unknown fate, clutching the controls with a mixture of fear and determination. Her journey came to an abrupt halt on Luma, where the Aurora finally settled, nestled like a jewel amid the dense foliage of the forest. The impact had left Nyla shaken but unharmed, and as she stepped out, she was greeted by a world so different from her own, a world vibrant with natural beauty and untouched by the hand of technology. It was here, among the whispering trees and the song of distant birds, that Nyla first met Zephyr. At first, their meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Nyla, with her analytical mind, tried to explain her situation in technical terms, speaking of propulsion systems and interstellar coordinates. Zephyr, who had never seen a machine like the Aurora, could only perceive Nyla's words as a kind of music, a melody of urgency and longing that resonated deep within him. Despite their differences, a bond began to form. Zephyr, guided by an innate sense of empathy, understood that Nyla was far from home and needed help. He offered her the hospitality of Luma, sharing with her the wonders of his world, the cascading waterfalls that sang in harmony with the wind, the fields of luminescent flowers that glowed softly under the moonlight, and the gentle creatures that roamed freely in the forests. Nyla, in turn, shared her knowledge of the stars, recounting tales of distant galaxies and the marvels of Celestrian ingenuity. Her stories painted vivid pictures of a world where imagination and engineering danced hand in hand, creating a society where dreams took flight on wings of steel. As days turned into weeks, Nyla and Zephyr faced challenges that tested their burgeoning friendship. There were times when Nyla's attempts to repair the Aurora were met with unforeseen setbacks, the ship's complex systems proving stubborn and unyielding. During these moments of frustration, it was Zephyr's quiet presence and soothing words that offered comfort, reminding her of the patience and perseverance required to overcome adversity. Similarly, when Zephyr encountered challenges in understanding Nyla's world of technology, it was her gentle guidance and encouragement that helped him see beyond the mechanical exterior to the heart of innovation, the desire to connect, to explore, and to learn. One evening, as the two sat by the great glimmering lake, the sky above a tapestry of stars mirrored in the still waters below, Zephyr spoke of his dreams of exploring the universe beyond Luma. Nyla listened intently, recognizing in his words the same longing that had driven her to venture beyond her own world. You know, Nyla said softly, the universe is vast, and while it can be daunting, it's also filled with endless possibilities. Perhaps one day we can explore it together. Zephyr smiled, the warmth of friendship glowing in his eyes. Yes, he agreed, together. In the days that followed, their collaboration bore fruit. With Zephyr's intuitive understanding of nature and Nyla's technical expertise, they devised a way to harness the energy of Luma itself, repairing the aurora with elements that harmonized with the planet's essence. When the time came for Nyla to leave, it was with a heart full of gratitude and a promise of return. As the aurora rose into the sky, Zephyr watched until it became a distant star, feeling a newfound sense of connection to the universe beyond. Though Nyla and Zephyr came from worlds so different, their journey had taught them the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended language and culture, rooted in understanding and shared dreams. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the unlikely companions found their place in the cosmos, forever linked by the adventure they had shared and the promise of many more to come. Story 25. In the gentle folds of the hills, where the meadow met the sky, there existed a small forgotten path. It lay hidden beneath a quilt of wildflowers, only visible when the sun cast its golden light just right. On one particularly bright and breezy morning, a curious young adventurer named Finn discovered this path while chasing the playful shadows of butterflies. Finn, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart full of wonder, felt an irresistible pull towards the trail. As he stepped onto the narrow way, the air hummed with the sweet scent of lavender and honey, promising secrets only revealed to those who dared to wander. The path meandered through whispering grasses that tickled his ankles, and soon Finn found himself in an enchanting glen, where the world felt softer, as if wrapped in a gentle dream. The trees here were unlike any he had seen before. Their trunks were pale and smooth, winding upwards into a canopy of shimmering silver leaves that tinkled like the softest chimes in the breeze. As Finn ventured deeper, he came upon a peculiar sight, a pond that glowed with an inner light, its waters swirling in patterns of emerald and sapphire. Circling its edge were tiny creatures, no larger than a thumb, with delicate wings like stained glass. They danced and darted, leaving trails of glittering dust in their wake, giggling in a language that sounded like the tinkling of tiny bells. One of these whimsical beings, with wings of amber and a crown made of dandelion fluff, flitted up to Finn. "Greetings, traveler," it chimed, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, guardian of the glimmering pond. What brings you to our hidden realm?" Finn, surprised but delighted by this encounter, responded with a smile. "I followed the path of curiosity, and it led me here. Your world is beautiful beyond words." Lyra's eyes sparkled with joy. "It is a place of wonders indeed, yet few are the ones who find us, for it takes a heart brave enough to step off the beaten path. Would you care to explore with us?" Eagerly, Finn nodded, and together they wandered through this magical land. Along the way, he met creatures of all kinds, a family of squirrels whose tails were tipped with starlight, a gentle deer with antlers entwined with blooming vines, and a wise old turtle who carried the scent of the sea. Each encounter taught Finn something new. From the squirrels, he learned the value of laughter that can brighten the darkest of days. The deer showed him the grace of listening, for in silence, much can be understood. The turtle, slow but steady, shared the importance of patience, reminding him that every journey takes its own time. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lyra led Finn to the edge of the glen where the path home began. "You have been a kind and curious guest, Finn," Lyra said, her wings catching the last light of day. "Remember, the courage you showed today lives in every step you take, wherever your path may lead." With a heart full of gratitude and a mind buzzing with new stories, Finn bid farewell to his new friends. As he walked back along the wildflower path, he carried with him the gentle lessons of the glen. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown and the wisdom that grows from every encounter. When Finn returned home, the stars were just beginning to twinkle in the night sky. He settled into his cozy bed, the warmth of his adventures still glowing in his heart, and drifted into dreams of silver leaves and glimmering ponds, knowing that the magic of exploration would always be with him, wherever he went. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Finn slept peacefully, surrounded by the gentle whispers of his newfound world, his heart forever open to the wonders of the unknown. Story 26. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and the vast, whispering woods, there lay a quaint village named Willowdale. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone streets and charming thatched cottages, where the air was perpetually rich with the scents of wildflowers and the sweet hum of nature. Yet hidden from most, beyond the veil of the ordinary, was a secret known only to a select few, a hidden world within the heart of the forest, where magic thrived and the impossible became reality. In this village lived a young girl named Annabelle, whose eyes shone like the clearest morning dew. Her days were spent in the warm embrace of her grandmother's cottage, where the walls were lined with shelves that sagged under the weight of ancient tomes and jars filled with mysterious herbs. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman, was known throughout Willowdale as a healer. Respected for her deep knowledge of the natural world and the magic that quietly pulsed within it, Annabelle had always been fascinated by the stories her grandmother told, tales of the hidden world within the forest, where creatures of legend danced under the silver moonlight, and ancient trees whispered secrets of old. "Remember, dear Annabelle," her grandmother would say, her voice as soft as a lullaby, "magic is not just in the extraordinary, but in the ordinary as well. It's in the kindness you show, the friendships you build, and the courage you find within." One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell in a golden cascade, Annabelle set out on a journey that would change her life forever. She carried with her a small satchel, packed with essentials by her grandmother, an intricately carved wooden whistle, a loaf of freshly baked bread, and a map that was more a work of art than a guide, its edges curling with age. Her destination was the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place spoken of in hushed tones and reverent whispers. It was said that those pure of heart could find the entrance to the hidden world, a realm where the trees stretched skyward like ancient sentinels, and the air vibrated with a melody only the soul could hear. As Annabelle ventured deeper into the woods, the world around her seemed to change. The light danced in playful patterns through the canopy above, and the wind carried with it a symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. She followed the map, her footsteps light and eager, until she reached a clearing where the sun spilled like liquid gold across the forest floor. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches like arms reaching towards the heavens. It was here that Annabelle felt a gentle pull, a whisper from the depths of the forest that beckoned her closer. She placed her hand on the rough bark, and to her surprise, the tree seemed to breathe, a slow and steady rhythm that resonated with her own heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, Annabelle reached for the wooden whistle her grandmother had given her. She raised it to her lips and blew softly, the sound a pure, clear note that echoed through the trees like a bird's song. As the final note faded, the earth beneath her feet began to hum, and the air shimmered with a warm, welcoming glow. Before her eyes, the tree's ancient bark parted like a curtain, revealing a doorway that glowed with an ethereal light. With a heart full of wonder, Annabelle stepped through, leaving the familiar world behind. On the other side, Annabelle found herself in a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and sweet honey. Creatures of every kind roamed freely, a fox with fur as white as snow, a deer with antlers that glistened like frost, and birds that sang in a language of their own. Annabelle wandered through this enchanted world, her eyes wide with awe. She soon met a curious little creature named Pip, a sprightly squirrel with fur the color of copper and eyes full of mischief. Pip bounded up to her, chattering in an excited flurry of squeaks and twirls, his bushy tail flicking like a playful breeze. "Welcome, welcome," Pip exclaimed, his voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "We've been waiting for someone like you. The forest has chosen you, you see, to help us." "Help you?" Annabelle asked, her curiosity piqued. "How can I help?" Pip led Annabelle deeper into the forest, where they came upon a magnificent tree unlike any other, a grand willow with branches that cascaded like a waterfall of emerald leaves. Beneath its shade sat a gathering of creatures, each looking to Annabelle with eyes full of hope and anticipation. "The willow of seasons," Pip explained, nodding towards the majestic tree. "It keeps the balance of our world, but something is amiss. The leaves are not changing as they should, and the winds of autumn have not come." Annabelle stepped closer to the willow of seasons, feeling the gentle thrumming of its magic. She knew, deep within, that the tree was crying out for help, its song discordant and troubled. She knelt by its roots, her heart full of compassion, and listened to the whispers that floated on the breeze. The creatures gathered around her, their eyes wide with concern. Among them was an old wise tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with patterns that mirrored the constellations. "The willow is connected to the heart of the forest," Thistle said, his voice slow and measured, like the turning of the stars. "It needs your help to find its rhythm once more." Annabelle thought of her grandmother's words about magic, courage, and friendship. She realized that the key to restoring balance lay not just in her actions, but in the connections she would forge along the way. Determined to help, Annabelle spent days in the company of the forest's inhabitants, learning their ways and listening to their stories. She discovered that each creature possessed a unique gift, a piece of the puzzle that was the forest's harmony. The fox could summon the wind with a flick of its tail, the deer could coax flowers to bloom with a gentle nuzzle, and the birds could weave melodies that healed the heart. Together, they worked to restore the willow of seasons. Annabelle guided them, her heart full of hope and determination. She played her whistle, its notes weaving through the forest and igniting the magic within each creature. The fox danced with the wind, the deer brought forth blossoms in a riot of color, and the birds sang a song of renewal. As the days passed, the willow of seasons began to change. Its leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, and the air crackled with the promise of autumn. The creatures rejoiced, their joy a symphony of laughter and song that echoed through the trees. But the journey was not yet over. Annabelle knew that true harmony required understanding and unity. She gathered the creatures once more, and together they shared their stories and dreams. They learned from one another, their bonds growing stronger with each passing day. Through their friendship and wisdom, the forest thrived. The willow of seasons stood tall and proud, its branches a testament to the power of unity and love. Annabelle felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had helped restore balance to this magical realm. Her heart full of gratitude, Annabelle prepared to return to her own world. She bid farewell to her new friends, their eyes shining with warmth and affection. Pip, with his mischievous grin, presented her with a gift, a small acorn-shaped pendant that glowed with a soft, golden light. "To remember us by," he said with a wink, his voice filled with fondness. Annabelle hugged each creature, her heart swelling with love and gratitude. As she stepped back through the doorway of the ancient oak, she felt the magic of the forest wrap around her like a comforting embrace. Back in Willowdale, Annabelle's grandmother greeted her with open arms and a knowing smile. Annabelle shared her adventure, her voice filled with wonder as she recounted the journey that had changed her forever. Her grandmother listened intently, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You've discovered the true essence of magic, my dear," she said, her voice warm and gentle. "It's not just in the extraordinary, but in the bonds we create and the love we share." As the seasons turned and the leaves painted the village in hues of red and gold, Annabelle carried the lessons of the forest with her. She cherished the friendships she had made, their memories a constant source of joy and inspiration. And every now and then, when the wind rustled through the trees, Annabelle could hear the distant melody of the forest, a reminder of the hidden world where magic thrived and dreams took flight. In the heart of Willowdale, where the cottage stood like a beacon of warmth and love, Annabelle found her place, a place where she could share the magic of friendship and the wisdom of the forest with those around her. As night fell and the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Annabelle lay in her cozy bed, her heart full of contentment. She closed her eyes, the gentle lullaby of the forest echoing in her dreams, and drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that she was forever connected to the hidden world that had changed her life. And so, in the heart of the village and the depths of the forest, the story of Annabelle and her magical journey lived on, a testament to the power of courage, friendship, and the enduring magic of the world around us. For in every heart there lies a secret world, waiting to be discovered, where magic and wonder are only a breath away. And with love and friendship, we can transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, finding joy and harmony in the simplest of moments. And as the gentle night wrapped the village in its embrace, the stars above whispered a promise that those who seek with an open heart will always find their way to the hidden world, where dreams are born and magic never fades. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a land where the whispering wind played melodies through the rustling leaves, there lived a young boy named Finn. He resided in a cozy little cottage at the edge of a vast, mysterious forest known as the Evergreen Enigma. This forest was said to be a place of enchantment, where the trees danced in the moonlight and the streams sang lullabies to the stars. Finn was a curious soul, his heart brimming with a thirst for discovery. He often sat by his window, watching the forest with wide, wondering eyes, dreaming of the adventures that lay hidden beneath its emerald canopy. His grandmother, a wise woman with a soft, warm voice, often told him tales of the forest's wonders, of talking animals and hidden glades that shimmered with magic. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was scented with the spicy aroma of fallen leaves and the sky blushed a gentle pink, Finn decided it was time to explore the Evergreen Enigma. He packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of sweet apple cider, and his grandmother's knitted scarf to keep him warm. With a heart full of courage and excitement, he set off on his adventure. As Finn stepped into the forest, he was greeted by a symphony of chirping crickets and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the crisp freshness of pine needles. He wandered deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder at the sights that unfolded around him. There were trees with trunks as wide as cottages, their branches stretching up to tickle the clouds. Delicate ferns carpeted the ground, and vibrant wildflowers peeked out from beneath the undergrowth, their colors a cheerful contrast against the verdant green. As Finn ventured further, he encountered a peculiar sight. A brook with water as clear as crystal flowed gently through the forest, and beside it stood a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It was a small, furry being with shimmering wings that glowed like the moonlit sky. Its eyes were as bright as stars, reflecting the curiosity and kindness in Finn's own. "Hello," Finn greeted softly, his voice mingling with the babbling of the brook. "Who are you?" The creature fluttered its wings and spoke in a voice that sounded like tinkling bells. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this forest. What brings you here, young traveler?" "I seek adventure and wish to learn the secrets of the Evergreen Enigma," Finn replied earnestly. Lyra's eyes twinkled with approval. "Then you must have courage, for the forest rewards those who dare to explore it with an open heart." Together, they journeyed further into the forest, where they encountered wonders that filled Finn's heart with awe. They saw a grove where the trees sang in harmony, their leaves rustling to create a melody so beautiful that it brought tears to his eyes. They danced with fireflies that painted the dusk with their ethereal glow, and watched as a family of deer gracefully leapt through the trees, their hooves barely disturbing the fallen leaves. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Lyra arrived at a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its bark silvered with age, and its branches laden with glowing fruits that shimmered like tiny suns. The air was filled with a sweet, citrusy fragrance that made Finn's mouth water. "These are the fruits of courage," Lyra explained. "They bloom only for those who are brave enough to seek them." Finn reached out and plucked a fruit, its warmth spreading through his fingers. As he tasted it, he felt a surge of confidence and joy, a feeling that whispered of endless possibilities and the strength found within himself. With the night sky now a canvas of stars, Finn knew it was time to return home. Lyra guided him back to the edge of the forest, where the familiar sight of his cottage awaited him. "Thank you, Lyra," Finn said, his heart full of gratitude, "for showing me the wonders of your home. Lyra smiled, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. Remember, Finn, the world is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered. All it takes is a little courage and an open heart. With those words, Lyra fluttered back into the forest, leaving Finn with a heart brimming with newfound courage and the promise of future adventures. Finn returned to his grandmother's warm embrace, the crackling fireplace casting a gentle glow around them. As he recounted his journey, she listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with pride. And so Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the enchanting wonders of the evergreen enigma, secure in the knowledge that the world was a place of magic and mystery, just waiting for him to explore. Story 28. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled within the embrace of rolling hills and whispering meadows, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the deepest forest glade. She was known throughout the village for her quick wit and her curious spirit. On many a day, she could be found wandering the cobblestone streets, greeting neighbors and befriending creatures both big and small. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their fiery ballet down from the trees, Clara set out on an adventure to the old village market. The air was rich with the scent of spiced cider and roasted chestnuts, mingling with the laughter of villagers and the melodious calls of the market vendors. Clara loved the market, not just for its wares, but for the stories it held, tucked away in the folds of time. As she wandered through the stalls, her gaze fell upon an unassuming little shop that she had never noticed before. The shop was quaint and crooked, with a sign that read, "The Curious Curio." Intrigued, Clara pushed open the creaky door, a small bell chiming her arrival. Inside, the shop was a treasure trove of peculiarities. Shelves were lined with odd trinkets, shimmering stones, and clocks that ticked in reverse. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and a hint of lavender. Behind the counter stood a kind-faced old man with a beard as white as winter snow. His eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, dear Clara," he greeted, as if he had been expecting her. Clara was taken aback. "How do you know my name?" she asked, curiosity coloring her voice. The old man chuckled softly. "Names have a way of finding their way here. I am Mr. Thistle, the keeper of this little haven." As Clara wandered through the aisles, her attention was drawn to a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed to hum softly with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. "What is this?" she inquired, gently tracing her fingers over the delicate carvings. Mr. Thistle approached, his eyes twinkling even more brightly. "Ah, that is the Box of Whispers," he explained. "It holds the gentle power to reveal the hidden voices of ordinary things." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "May I see it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. With a nod, Mr. Thistle carefully opened the box, revealing a shimmering, translucent mist that curled around Clara's fingers like playful tendrils. The mist seemed to beckon her, inviting her into a world she had never imagined. "Take it," Mr. Thistle encouraged, his voice warm and reassuring. "But remember, its magic is only as strong as your heart's wisdom." With the box in hand, Clara thanked Mr. Thistle and stepped back into the bustling market. As she walked home, she couldn't help but wonder what secrets the Box of Whispers might reveal. The next morning, Clara awoke with a sense of anticipation fluttering in her chest. She carefully opened the box, and the mist enveloped her once more, whispering softly. "Listen," it seemed to say. Clara's heart quickened as she realized the whispers were coming from the objects around her. The old oak tree outside her window, the cobblestones beneath her feet, even the wind that rustled through the village, all had stories to tell. Eager to learn more, Clara ventured to the village square, where she found her dear friend, Oliver, feeding the pigeons. Oliver was a gentle soul with a heart as vast as the sky. He greeted Clara with a warm smile. "What's that you have there?" he asked, nodding toward the box. Clara shared her discovery, her words tumbling out like a babbling brook. "Would you like to hear what the world has to say?" she asked, her eyes shining with excitement. Oliver nodded, and together they opened the box. The mist swirled around them, carrying the voices of the world into their ears. They listened as the ancient stone fountain told tales of knights and dragons, and the weathered bench spoke of quiet moments shared by lovers and dreamers. As the day wore on, Clara and Oliver found themselves at the edge of the village, where a narrow path led into the whispering woods. The woods were known for their beauty and mystery, a place where the air was always cool and the light dappled through the leaves like golden rain. The box of whispers seemed to urge them forward, its hum growing stronger. Clara and Oliver exchanged a glance, their hearts aligned in unspoken agreement. They stepped onto the path, the world around them falling into a gentle hush. The woods were alive with magic. The trees whispered softly to one another, and the stream that wound its way through the underbrush sang a lilting tune. Clara and Oliver followed the path, their spirits buoyed by the forest's embrace. As they walked, they came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and wise. The whispers from the box grew louder, urging them closer. Clara placed her hand on the tree's bark, feeling the thrum of life beneath her fingertips. "What do you wish to tell us?" she asked softly. The oak's voice was deep and resonant, like the echo of a distant storm. "Long have I stood here, watching over the woods and the village beyond," it intoned. "But now a shadow grows, seeking to silence the whispers of the world." Clara and Oliver exchanged a worried glance. "What can we do?" Oliver asked, his voice steady. "The shadow feeds on fear and doubt," the oak explained, "but it cannot withstand the light of understanding and friendship." Clara's mind raced. She understood now that the box of whispers was not just a gift, but a tool to bridge the worlds of seen and unseen, to foster connections that transcended the ordinary. "We must share the whispers," Clara said, determination in her voice. "We'll gather the villagers and show them the wonders around us." The oak seemed to nod, its leaves rustling in agreement. "Together, you shall find the strength." With newfound purpose, Clara and Oliver returned to the village. They gathered their friends and neighbors, sharing the magic of the box of whispers. As the villagers listened to the stories of the world, their hearts opened and their fears began to fade. The shadow, sensing the growing light, retreated into the depths of the woods, its power diminished by the bonds of understanding and friendship that now wove through Willowbrook. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blanket of stars across the sky, Clara and Oliver sat beneath the ancient oak, the box of whispers resting between them. The village was safe, its magic preserved by the wisdom of those who called it home. Clara and Oliver knew that the world was full of secrets waiting to be discovered, and that each whisper held the promise of a new adventure. With hearts full of hope and gratitude, they closed their eyes, lulled to sleep by the gentle chorus of the night. And so, in Willowbrook, the whispers of the world continued to sing their songs, weaving tales of wonder and connection, and reminding all who listened that the greatest magic lay not in power or force, but in the simple act of listening and believing. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child, always seeking out the wonder in the most ordinary things. Little did she know, the world around her held secrets waiting to be uncovered. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was helping her grandmother in the kitchen, chopping vegetables for a warm, hearty soup. As she sliced through a carrot, she noticed something peculiar. A tiny sparkle, like a wink from the sun itself, caught her eye. Lily gasped, for embedded in the carrot was a tiny crystal, no bigger than her fingernail. "Grandma, look!" she exclaimed, holding up the shimmering gem. Her grandmother peered over her spectacles and smiled knowingly. "Ah, my dear, it seems you've discovered one of nature's little secrets." From that day on, Lily was determined to seek out these hidden wonders. She scoured the garden, the woods, and even the dusty attic, finding more and more crystals tucked away in the most unexpected places. A radish, a pine cone, an old book. With each discovery, the crystals seemed to grow brighter, pulsing with a gentle warmth. Lily's curiosity burned brighter too, and she knew she had to unravel this mystery. One evening, as she sat admiring her collection, a soft voice whispered in her ear, "Seek the keeper of crystals, child. She will guide you on your journey." Startled, Lily looked around, but the room was empty. Yet, something deep within her knew this was no mere fancy. It was a call to adventure. The next morning, Lily set out into the world, her pockets jingling with the crystals she had found. She followed an ancient trail, winding through forests and over streams, until she came upon a clearing where a cozy little cottage stood. As she approached, the door swung open, and a kindly old woman beckoned her inside. "Welcome, Lily. I've been expecting you." This was the keeper of crystals, a wise woman named Willow, who had devoted her life to understanding the magic of these precious stones. With her guidance, Lily learned that the crystals were more than just pretty rocks. They were conduits of energy, each imbued with its own unique power. Willow became Lily's mentor, teaching her the ways of the crystals and introducing her to a whole new world of wonder. Along the way, Lily made friends with the most delightful helpers, a chatty bluebird named Pip, who always seemed to know just the right joke to lighten the mood, and a playful otter named Splash, whose antics never failed to bring a smile to Lily's face. As the seasons changed, Lily's knowledge grew, but so too did the challenges she faced. One autumn, a dark cloud descended over the forest, sapping the land of its energy and causing the crystals to dim. Willow explained that this was the work of a mischievous spirit, one who thrived on chaos and discord. Lily knew she had to find a way to restore balance, but force would only breed more conflict. With the help of her friends, she embarked on a quest to seek out the spirit's true source of unrest. Their journey took them deep into the heart of the forest, where they discovered an ancient tree, its roots twisted and gnarled with pain. The spirit, it seemed, was born of this tree's suffering, a manifestation of the damage wrought by careless hands. Lily realized then that the only way to dispel the darkness was through compassion and healing. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her brightest crystal, letting its warm energy flow into the withered roots. One by one, her friends added their own crystals, until the entire tree was bathed in a soft, radiant glow. The twisted roots began to untangle, and new shoots sprouted forth, reaching towards the sun. As the forest regained its vibrant hue, the dark spirit dissipated, its purpose fulfilled. Lily had learned that true wisdom lies not in conquering, but in understanding, in seeking the root of pain and offering kindness in return. From that day on, Lily became a guardian of the crystals, sharing their magic with all who sought it. She knew that the world was full of ordinary wonders, just waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. And as night fell over the village, Lily would sit by the crackling fire, regaling her friends with tales of her adventures, stories that would fill their dreams with the gentle glow of crystal magic. Story 30. The Whispering Willows. In the gentle folds of the evergreen valley, where the rolling hills cradled the small village of Bramblewood, there was a forest known only in whispers and tales, the Whispering Willows. The villagers spoke of it with a mix of reverence and caution, for it was said that the trees held secrets of the world, and those who entered were never quite the same upon their return. Among the villagers was a young boy named Finn, known for his curious spirit and a heart as vast as the sky on a clear summer's day. Finn lived with his grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who wove stories of old with the flicker of firelight dancing in her eyes. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and the stars began their watch, she would tell him tales of the Whispering Willows, of the wonders and mysteries waiting to be discovered. On a particularly crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of earth and the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Finn decided it was time to seek the secrets of the Whispering Willows himself. He packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of his grandmother's herbal tea, and set forth towards the heart of the forest. The path to the Whispering Willows was winding and narrow, flanked by towering oaks and fragrant pines that seemed to lean in close, as if eager to share their own stories. Finn felt a thrill of excitement tinged with a shiver of anticipation as he ventured deeper, the light filtering through the canopy above, creating patterns that danced like sprites across the forest floor. As he walked, Finn hummed a tune his grandmother often sang, a melody that seemed to harmonize with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of a thrush. The forest, once intimidating, now felt alive in a comforting way, as if it acknowledged him and welcomed his presence. After what felt like both an eternity and a moment, Finn found himself standing at the edge of the Whispering Willows. The trees here were unlike any he had seen before, graceful and ancient, their long, willowy branches swaying gently as if moved by an unseen breeze. The air was rich with the scent of wildflowers and moss, and a soft, melodic whisper seemed to float through the air, curling around him like a gentle embrace. Finn took a deep breath, stepping over the threshold into the grove. As he did, the whispers grew clearer, not as sounds but as feelings and images that flickered through his mind. He saw visions of the past, moments of joy and sorrow, love and loss, all woven together in a tapestry of life that spanned centuries. In the heart of the grove, Finn came upon a small, sparkling pool, its waters as clear as glass. The surface shimmered with a light of its own, casting rainbows that danced on the surrounding trees. Drawn to it, he knelt by the water's edge and peered into its depths. Instead of his reflection, he saw a scene unfolding, a young girl with bright eyes and a mischievous grin, playing among the trees with an old, wise-looking fox. Finn watched, captivated, as the girl and the fox shared a bond of friendship that transcended words. They explored the forest together, their laughter echoing like music through the trees. The vision stirred something deep within Finn, a longing for a friendship as true and pure as the one he witnessed. As the vision faded, Finn felt a presence beside him. Startled, he turned to find a fox, much like the one in the vision, sitting quietly at his side. Its eyes were bright and intelligent, and Finn felt an immediate kinship with the creature. "You watch the story of the past," the fox said, its voice soft and melodic, much like the whispers of the willows. The girl in the vision was named Aisling, and she too sought the secrets of the whispering willows. Finn nodded, his heart full of questions. "What happened to her?" he asked gently. The fox looked at him with a gaze that seemed to hold 1,000 stories. "She found what she was seeking, a friendship that would last a lifetime, and a heart filled with the wisdom of the forest. She learned that the greatest secrets are those of the heart, and that love and friendship are the true magic of the world." Finn sat quietly, absorbing the fox's words. He realized that his journey to the forest was not just about uncovering its mysteries, but about discovering the depths of his own heart. "Will you be my friend?" Finn asked the fox, his voice filled with hope. The fox tilted its head, a playful glint in its eye. "If you will have me, young seeker of secrets," it replied with a gentle smile. From that day forward, Finn and the fox explored the whispering willows together, their bond deepening with each shared adventure. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, gaining insights into the world and his place within it. He discovered that the greatest journey was not one of distance, but of understanding and connection. As the seasons turned, Finn grew into a young man, wise beyond his years. The villagers of Bramblewood marveled at his kindness and wisdom, often seeking his counsel and friendship. And though he shared many stories of the whispering willows, the heart of its magic remained a cherished secret between him and the fox. Years later, when Finn's hair had turned silver and the lines of laughter and wisdom etched his face, he sat by the fire with his own grandchildren gathered around. He told them tales of the whispering willows, of a young boy's journey, and the friendship that changed him forever. The children's eyes sparkled with wonder, much like Finn's had once done, eager to discover the magic of the world around them. And as the fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them like a loving embrace, Finn knew that the legacy of the whispering willows would live on, carried forward by the stories and the hearts they touched. In the heart of the whispering willows, where the trees still swayed and the waters still shimmered, the whispers continued to weave their tales. And somewhere, in the gentle folds of the evergreen, a fox watched over the forest, its eyes bright with the wisdom of ages, waiting for the next seeker of secrets to arrive. And so the story of the whispering willows, of friendship, wisdom, and the magic of the heart, lived on, a timeless melody in the symphony of life. Story 31. Once upon a time, nestled within the rolling hills of the verdant countryside, there lay a small village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets wound like ribbons through rows of thatched cottages, and the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of blooming jasmine from the abundant gardens. In this village lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin was known for her kind heart, and her ability to nurture the most delicate of flowers in her garden. Yet, she harbored a secret unease. The world around her was changing. The seasons seemed to shift more quickly. The village children grew taller each day, and even the familiar patterns of stars in the night sky seemed to dance in new formations. Change was a daunting specter that shadowed her every step. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped into a pool of amber and violet on the horizon, Maren sat by the old stone well at the edge of her garden. The well was said to be enchanted, possessing the power to reveal truths and guide those who sought its wisdom. Maren had come to pour her heart into its depths, hoping for guidance. As she whispered her worries to the well, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying the voice of the wind, soft and soothing like an old friend. The breeze wrapped around Maren, rustling the leaves of the nearby willow tree, which swayed as if in a slow, graceful dance. "You fear change, dear Maren," the wind murmured, "but change is a gentle ripple in the river of life. Embrace it, and you will find your own strength." Maren closed her eyes, letting the wind's words wash over her. She felt a tingling warmth at her fingertips, a sensation akin to the first rays of dawn kissing the earth. When she opened her eyes, she found herself holding a small luminescent seed that pulsed with a soft golden glow. This seed, the wind explained, was a gift from the heart of the earth. It mirrored her own potential for growth and transformation. To nurture this seed, Maren would need to embrace change, just as a seedling must embrace the unknown to reach for the sun. Buoyed by the wind's gentle encouragement, Maren set about planting the seed in a secluded corner of her garden. Each day she tended to it with care, watering it with dew collected at dawn, and singing to it the soothing lullabies her grandmother once sang to her. As the days turned into weeks, the seed sprouted, pushing through the soil with a determination that mirrored Maren's own burgeoning courage. As she nurtured the seedling, Maren found herself growing too. She began venturing beyond the familiar confines of her garden, attending village gatherings and seeking the company of her neighbors. She met a wise, elderly woman named Agnes, who lived by the edge of the forest. Agnes, with her twinkling eyes and stories woven from the threads of ancient lore, became a cherished friend and mentor to Maren. Agnes taught Maren the art of listening, not just with her ears, but with her heart. Through their conversations, Maren learned that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life's tapestry. Together, they would sit by the hearth in Agnes's cozy cottage, warmed by the fire's glow, as the old woman recounted tales of transformation, of caterpillars becoming butterflies and rivers carving new paths through the earth. One story in particular captured Maren's imagination, the tale of the phoenix, a mythical bird that embraced the flames of renewal to rise anew from its own ashes. This story resonated deeply within her, igniting a spark of hope and courage. As winter's chill gave way to the gentle thaw of spring, Maren's garden flourished under her tender care. The once timid seed had grown into a magnificent flowering tree, its blossoms shimmering with an iridescent sheen that caught the light of the morning sun. On a warm spring afternoon, as Maren sat beneath the tree's boughs, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment unlike any she had known before. The tree, a living testament to her journey, stood tall and proud, its roots entwined with her own newfound strength. In that moment, Maren understood the wisdom of the wind's words. Change was not an adversary, but a companion on the path of life, one that had helped her discover her own resilience and capacity for growth. With each passing season, Maren continued to embrace the beauty of transformation, sharing her newfound wisdom with her fellow villagers. Her heart, once burdened by fear, now brimmed with a quiet confidence, and her laughter rang out like a melody carried on the breeze. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, Maren found her place in the ever-turning wheel of life, her spirit soaring like the phoenix, ever vibrant, ever renewed. As the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, the village of Willowbrook nestled into the embrace of night, comforted by the gentle whisper of the wind and the promise of a new dawn. Story 32. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a shop unlike any other. It was called the Curious Trinket, and its shelves brimmed with peculiar objects that seemed to hum with secrets. The shop was run by a kindly old man named Mr. Thistle, whose eyes twinkled with the knowledge of countless stories. One misty morning, as the sun's golden fingers stretched over the village, a young girl named Clara skipped along the cobblestone path to the curious trinket. Clara was known for her insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the village hearth. Today, her eyes were set on finding a treasure that would spark her imagination. As she entered the shop, the bell above the door chimed a gentle, melodious tune. The air was infused with the comforting scent of aged parchment and a hint of lavender. Clara greeted Mr. Thistle, who was polishing a peculiar globe that seemed to shimmer with its own light. "Good morning, Clara," Mr. Thistle said with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "What adventure are you setting off on today?" "I'm looking for something magical," Clara replied, her eyes wide with excitement. "Something that tells a story." Mr. Thistle nodded knowingly and beckoned Clara to follow him to a small, dusty corner of the shop. There, nestled between an ancient compass and a pair of silver spectacles, was a wooden box etched with intricate designs of vines and stars. Clara's fingers brushed the box, and it felt surprisingly warm to the touch. "What's inside?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Thistle's eyes gleamed. "Open it and see." With a gentle click, Clara opened the box to find a small silver mirror. Its surface was so polished that it seemed to capture the very essence of light itself. But as Clara gazed into it, the reflection began to shimmer and change. Instead of her own image, she saw a path winding through the forest, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. "Is it magic?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder. "Indeed," Mr. Thistle replied. "This mirror reveals the hidden paths of the heart. It shows not where you are, but where you need to go." Eager to uncover the mystery, Clara thanked Mr. Thistle and set off toward the forest. The path in the mirror guided her feet as she journeyed deeper into the woods, where the trees whispered secrets, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. On her way, Clara met a variety of woodland creatures, who became her companions. There was Oliver, the wise old owl with feathers as soft as velvet, who offered riddles and advice. Then there was Tilly, the cheerful squirrel with a bushy tail, who knew every twist and turn of the forest paths. Lastly, there was Finn, the gentle deer with eyes like pools of liquid amber, who guided Clara with a quiet grace. Together they journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, where the water sang songs of ancient times. The journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a great chasm, too wide and deep to cross by ordinary means. Clara paused, looking into the depths below, feeling the weight of uncertainty. Oliver fluttered to her shoulder and hooted softly. "The answer lies not in what is seen, but in what is felt." Clara closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and let her heart guide her. She envisioned a bridge, sturdy and true, forming across the chasm. When she opened her eyes, there it was, a bridge made of light and hope, shimmering in the air. With her friends by her side, Clara crossed the bridge, her heart swelling with newfound confidence and understanding. They continued on, and as the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, they arrived at a hidden grove. In the center of the grove stood a towering tree with bark like silver and leaves that glowed with an inner light. Clara approached, feeling a deep connection with the tree, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she touched the trunk, a soft voice echoed in her mind, a voice as ancient as time itself. "You have found the heart of the forest, dear child. Your journey has shown the strength of your heart and the wisdom within." Clara felt a warmth spread through her, a feeling of belonging and peace. She thanked the tree and her companions, her heart full of gratitude and joy. When Clara returned to Willowbrook, she carried the lessons of her journey with her, sharing stories of wonder and wisdom with all who would listen. And though the mirror now showed only her reflection, Clara knew that the true magic lay within her heart. From that day on, the curious trinket became a place of discovery not just for Clara, but for all who sought the magic of their own journey. And in the heart of the forest, the great tree stood as a beacon of light and hope, a reminder that with curiosity, kindness, and courage, any path could lead to the most wondrous of places. And so, as the village of Willowbrook, nestled under a blanket of stars, and the gentle breeze whispered through the trees, Clara lay in her bed, dreams filled with the shimmering paths of the heart and the peaceful promise of new adventures yet to come. The end. Story 33. In a quaint village nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, there lived a gentle soul named Lyra. She was known for her kind eyes that mirrored the soft glow of the moon on a quiet night, and her heart as warm as the sunlit morning. But beneath her gentle exterior, Lyra harbored a quiet fear of change. She found comfort in the familiar rhythm of her days, tending to her garden and weaving intricate tapestries that told tales of the stars. The village itself was a tapestry of harmony, where each day flowed seamlessly into the next. The cobblestone streets echoed with laughter, and the air was always fragrant with the scent of blooming lavender and fresh-baked bread. Lyra cherished these constants, yet within her a seed of curiosity began to stir, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite name. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced upon a gentle breeze, Lyra wandered into the heart of the forest where she often sought solace. The forest, with its towering trees and dappled sunlight, always felt like an embrace, a place where the earth's heartbeat could be felt underfoot. As she walked, she noticed something peculiar. A path, shimmering with glistening dew, seemed to unfurl before her, leading her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. Compelled by a curious tug at her heart, Lyra followed the path until she arrived at a clearing bathed in an ethereal glow. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like welcoming arms. Hanging from its boughs were delicate orbs of light that pulsed gently, casting a warm, inviting glow. As Lyra stepped closer, a soft voice as comforting as a lullaby spoke from within the tree. "Welcome, dear Lyra. I am the spirit of the oak. You've been chosen for a journey of transformation, should you wish to embrace it." Lyra's heart fluttered with both excitement and apprehension. Change had always been a shadow she avoided, yet here in the presence of the tree's gentle spirit, it seemed less daunting. "What must I do?" she inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. "Within each orb," the spirit explained, "lies a lesson, a fragment of the wisdom you seek. Embrace them, and you will find the courage to grow." Lyra nodded, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. She reached for the first orb, its surface cool and smooth against her fingertips. As she held it, a vision unfolded, of a river that flowed with serene determination, carving its path through the land. She understood that, like the river, she too could navigate the unknown, finding strength in movement and change. Days turned into weeks as Lyra visited the clearing, each orb revealing new insights. One taught her the art of patience, as she watched a caterpillar transform into a butterfly, its wings unfurling in a burst of color and grace. Another showed the power of resilience, as a tiny seedling pushed through the soil, reaching for the sky despite the weight of the earth above. Throughout her journey, Lyra was never alone. The forest creatures became her gentle companions. A wise owl with eyes like pools of wisdom often perched nearby, offering silent encouragement. A playful squirrel would bring her acorns, tokens of friendship and cheer, while a gentle fawn would nuzzle her hand, grounding her in the present moment. With each lesson, Lyra felt herself growing, not only in understanding but in confidence. She began to see change not as a storm to be weathered, but as a wind that carried her towards new horizons. Her heart, once heavy with fear, now sang with the joy of possibilities. One day, as winter's first snow blanketed the forest in a quilt of white, Lyra visited the oak tree for the last time. Her journey had transformed her, and she felt ready to share her newfound wisdom with the village. The spirit of the oak spoke once more, its voice a gentle caress. "You have embraced change, dear Lyra, and in doing so, you've found your true self. May your light guide others as these orbs have guided you." With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra returned to the village, her presence now a beacon of warmth and wisdom. She shared her stories and experiences, inspiring others to embrace their own journeys of growth and transformation. The village thrived, enriched by the tapestry of shared dreams and newfound courage. And so, in that peaceful village where the stars whispered secrets to the night and the sun painted the morning sky, Lyra lived, ever growing and ever glowing. The lessons she learned from the magical forest became part of her, woven into the fabric of her being like the finest tapestry. A reminder that change, when embraced with an open heart, is the most magical transformation of all. Story 34. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across an indigo tapestry, there were two planets that orbited a small, friendly sun. One was Luminara, a world of radiant forests whose leaves shimmered with 1,000 hues, and the other was Terralon, a planet draped in the velvety blues of its vast, tranquil oceans. From Luminara hailed a being named Lys, whose skin glowed like moonlight and whose hair flowed like silver streams. Lys was a gentle soul, always curious about the whispers of the wind and the stories it carried from far-off lands. From Terralon came a creature known as Kiri, a being of water and mist, with eyes as deep and reflective as the ocean itself. Kiri could shapeshift in the blink of an eye, becoming part of the sea or the gentle rain, ever watchful and wise. Their journey began quite by accident, when Lys's curiosity led them to board a starship bound for Terralon. The vessel, called the Voyager, was a sleek, silver craft that hummed with the promise of discovery. Its corridors were lined with soft lights that pulsed gently, casting a warm glow over its passengers. Lys had never seen the oceans of Terralon, and their imagination was alight with visions of endless blue horizons and the songs of sea creatures. However, upon arriving, Lys found the vastness of the water overwhelming. The waves seemed to whisper secrets couldn't understand, and the endless expanse made them feel small and lost. Kiri, who was tasked with welcoming new arrivals, noticed Lys standing at the edge of the dock, their luminous form casting a gentle reflection on the water. Approaching softly, Kiri spoke in a voice like rain on a calm sea. "Welcome to Terralon. Do you need help finding your way?" Lys turned, their eyes wide and filled with wonder and uncertainty. "I've never seen so much water. It's beautiful, but I don't know where to begin." Kiri chuckled, a sound like the softest splash. "The ocean can be daunting to those who are new, but let me show you its wonders." And so began their journey together. At first, their differences seemed vast. Lys was accustomed to the vibrant forests where every leaf held a story, while Kiri found comfort in the embrace of the ocean, where silence spoke louder than words. One day, as they explored the coral gardens beneath the sea, a misunderstanding arose. Lys, eager to capture a piece of coral's shimmering beauty, reached out without asking. Kiri, alarmed, stopped them with a gentle wave. "The coral is alive, like you and me. Taking a piece harms it." Lys's glow dimmed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. In Luminara, the trees share their leaves willingly." Kiri nodded, understanding softening their gaze. "Our worlds teach us in different ways. The ocean teaches patience and respect." From that moment, Lys listened more attentively, learning the language of the waves, while Kiri grew curious about the stories Lys shared of Luminara's forests. They found common ground in their differences, learning that each held knowledge the other lacked. Their friendship deepened during a storm that swept across Terralon, its winds howling like a pack of wild wolves. Lys, unaccustomed to such ferocity, clung to Kiri, who calmly guided them to safety beneath the waves. There, in the gentle rocking of the underwater current, Lys felt a sense of peace they hadn't expected. "Thank you, Kiri," Lys whispered, their voice barely audible over the gentle hum of the sea. "I couldn't have faced that alone." Kiri smiled, their form shimmering like moonlight on water. Friendship means never having to face things alone. As the days turned to weeks, Lys and Kiri faced many challenges together, from navigating the labyrinthine kelp forests to deciphering the songs of the elusive sea creatures. With each new adventure, they grew closer, their bond as strong and enduring as the tides themselves. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, painting the sky with its farewell, Lys and Kiri sat side by side on the shore. The gentle lapping of the waves was a soothing lullaby, and the air was filled with the scent of salt and the promise of new beginnings. Lys turned to Kiri, their eyes reflecting the colors of the sunset. "Thank you for teaching me about your world. I've learned that true friendship is understanding and respecting our differences." Kiri nodded, their eyes soft with warmth. "And I've learned that friendship is about sharing our worlds so that we become richer for it." As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lys and Kiri sat in comfortable silence, their hearts full of gratitude and the quiet joy of companionship. They knew that no matter how different their worlds might be, The bond they shared was a bridge that would always bring them together. And so, in the gentle embrace of the universe, Lys and Kiri discovered the true meaning of friendship, a lesson as timeless as the stars and as deep as the sea. And with that knowledge, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined like the constellations above, shining brightly in the vast, infinite night. Story 35. In the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, where planets hung like iridescent jewels on the velvet tapestry of space, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. Renowned for its bioluminescent flora and gentle whispering winds, Luminara was a haven of warmth and tranquility. Amidst its glowing groves and shimmering lakes, a peculiar adventure was about to unfold, one that would forge an unlikely friendship and illuminate the true meaning of companionship. Our tale begins on a crisp, moonlit night, where the air was filled with the soft, melodic hum of the night-blooming flowers. It was on this serene planet that a young luminari, named Kaylin, went about her nightly routine of tending to the luminous plants that were her kin. The luminari were a gentle species, their skin aglow with the soft light of the flora they cared for, as tender as the petals of the flowers they nurtured. Kaylin's life was one of peaceful solitude, until one particular night when a crackle of energy split the sky above her. She watched, wide-eyed, as a small starship descended, its hull battered and sputtering, finally coming to rest amidst the phosphorescent meadows. From within emerged a figure unlike any Kaylin had ever seen, an alien traveler named Jax, who hailed from the distant, storm-swept planet of Thalios. Jax was tall and rugged, with skin that shimmered like polished stone and eyes that mirrored the tempestuous seas of his home world. He had journeyed far across the cosmos, seeking knowledge and adventure, until an unforeseen meteor shower had forced his ship to crash land on Luminara. As Jax surveyed his surroundings, he was met with the sight of Kaylin, her luminous form glowing softly in the night. At first, their meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Jax, unfamiliar with the customs of Luminara, mistook Kaylin's gentle approach for hostility, and Kaylin, wary of this strange visitor, was unsure of his intentions. Yet as they stood amidst the glowing fields, an unspoken curiosity sparked between them, a shared wonder at the newness of each other's worlds. Kaylin, guided by her innate kindness, offered Jax her assistance. Though her voice was gentle, her resolve was firm as she gestured to his damaged ship. "We can mend this together," she said, her words like a soothing melody in the night air. Jax, though proud and independent by nature, recognized the sincerity in her offer and nodded, grateful for the help. As the days turned into nights and the nights back into days, Kaylin and Jax worked side by side, their hands weaving through the intricate innards of the starship. Though their languages were different, they communicated through gestures and expressions, scrollicing, each learning the rhythms of the other's world. Kaylin shared stories of her ancestors who had sung to the stars, and Jax, in turn, spoke of the wild, untamed storms that danced across the skies of Thalios. It was during these shared stories that they discovered a kinship, for both had known the ache of longing, the desire to connect with something beyond themselves. Kaylin, in her solitude, had yearned for the companionship of another spirit, and Jax, despite his adventurous heart, had often felt the isolation of being a wanderer among the stars. Their friendship blossomed like the night-blooming flowers that surrounded them, nurtured by moments of mutual support and understanding. When Jax found himself overwhelmed by the silence of Luminara, Kaylin would lead him to the glimmering lakes where the waters sang in harmony with the wind. And when Kaylin was troubled by the vastness of the universe, Jax would recount tales of the countless worlds he had seen, reminding her of the beauty that lay beyond. One evening, as they sat beneath the canopy of stars, a new challenge presented itself. A storm, fierce and unexpected, rolled across the horizon, its winds howling through the meadows. Jax, familiar with the tempests of his home, recognized the threat it posed to the delicate ecosystem of Luminara. Without hesitation, he and Kaylin sprang into action, working tirelessly to shield the fragile plants from the gale. In the midst of the storm, as the winds roared and the skies wept, Kaylin faltered, her light dimming under the strain. Seeing his friend in distress, Jax knelt beside her, his sturdy presence a beacon of strength. Together, he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of a promise. And together they stood, their hands entwined, their hearts united, as they faced the storm's fury. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of gold and lavender, the storm abated, leaving the land refreshed and renewed. Kaelin and Jax, weary but triumphant, surveyed the landscape, their spirits entwined like the vines that crept along the forest floor. In that quiet moment, beneath the gentle glow of the morning sun, they realized the true depth of their bond. A friendship born of understanding, nurtured through shared trials, and strengthened by the promise of never facing the storms of life alone. With the ship repaired and the time for departure at hand, Jax stood beside Kaelin, his heart heavy with the bittersweetness of farewell. Yet as he prepared to leave, he knew that the connection they had forged would transcend the distance of the stars. "Until we meet again," Kaelin said, her voice a soft, comforting balm, her light a warm caress upon his cheek. Jax nodded, a smile breaking through the stormy depths of his eyes. "Until then, my friend," he replied, his voice carrying the echo of the winds that had once guided him across the galaxy. And so, as Jax's ship ascended into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake, Kaelin waved, her heart alight with the warmth of companionship that would linger long after his departure. For she knew that true friendship was not bound by distance or time, but was a timeless bond, a glowing thread woven through the tapestry of the universe. And as the stars winked in the vastness of the night, a new chapter began for both Kaelin and Jax, their paths forever entwined by the luminous thread of friendship that had bridged the distance between their worlds. In the gentle glow of Luminara, amidst the soft whispers of the flowers, their story would be told and retold, a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the unyielding light of friendship. Story 36. In the heart of a serene, enchanted forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moon cast its silvery glow upon a rippling brook, lay the quaint village of Willow Hollow. It was a place where magic hummed in the air like a soft melody, and the villagers lived in harmony with the gentle creatures of the woods. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, a peculiar occurrence began to unfold. The villagers awoke to find the morning dew glistening with a strange shimmer, as if sprinkled with stardust. The usual chirping of the sparrows was replaced by a melodic hum that seemed to weave through the air like an invisible thread. Amidst the gentle hubbub of the village square where cobblestones lay cool beneath the villagers' feet, a young girl named Lyra stood with wide-eyed curiosity. Lyra was known for her keen sense of observation and an insatiable curiosity that often led her to the edge of the unknown. Her warm auburn hair was tied back with a ribbon the color of the twilight sky, and her eyes sparkled with the same wonder as the mysterious dew. Beside her stood her loyal companion, a small, fluffy creature named Nimbus, whose fur resembled a cloud touched by the morning sun. Nimbus was a lillibog, a magical creature known for their gentle nature and ability to sense the unspoken stories of the forest. Together, Lyra and Nimbus set out to uncover the mystery of the shimmering dew. Their first stop was the thatched cottage of Elder Moss, the village's wise mentor. Elder Moss was a kindly old wizard whose robe seemed woven from the forest itself, with tendrils of ivy and moss clinging to the fabric. As Lyra approached, she could see the soft glow of candlelight flickering through the window, casting dancing shadows on the walls. "Ah, Lyra, my dear," Elder Moss greeted with a warm smile as he opened the door, the scent of pine and herbs wafting into the crisp air. "I see you're curious about the unusual happenings this morning." "Yes, Elder Moss," Lyra replied, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. "The dew is shimmering like never before, and the birds, they're singing something different." Elder Moss nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Nature has its own language, my child. Sometimes it tells us stories we must listen to with our hearts." He gestured for Lyra and Nimbus to join him inside, where a cozy fire crackled in the hearth, painting the room with a warm amber glow. The walls were lined with shelves of ancient tomes and jars filled with enchanted herbs and potions. Elder Moss retrieved a worn, leather-bound book and opened it carefully, revealing pages filled with delicate script and illustrations of mystical creatures. "This," he said, pointing to a page depicting the ethereal dewlight fairies, might just hold the key to our mystery. Dewlight fairies are known to visit during times of change, leaving behind traces of their magic. Lila's eyes widened with wonder. So, the shimmering dew is their doing? Indeed, Elder Moss confirmed. But why they are here, we must discover. With a newfound determination, Lila and Nimbus set out once more, guided by the gentle wisdom of Elder Moss. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant song of a babbling brook. As they walked, Lila noticed subtle signs, a trail of glittering dew leading deeper into the woods, and the faintest echo of laughter carried on the breeze. Nimbus's ears perked up, and he scampered ahead, urging Lila to follow. Their path led them to a hidden glade where the trees formed a natural archway, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. In the center of the glade stood a circle of dewlight fairies, their wings shimmering like moonlight on water. They danced gracefully, their movements as fluid as the wind, creating a symphony of light and sound. Lila watched in awe, her heart filled with a sense of peace and wonder. It was then that she noticed something peculiar, a small, forlorn creature sitting at the edge of the circle, its wings drooping and eyes downcast. It was a young fairy, smaller than the rest, with wings that glistened like morning frost. "Hello," Lila called softly, taking a step closer. "Are you all right?" The young fairy looked up, its eyes reflecting the soft glow of the glade. "I got separated from my family," it whispered, its voice barely audible above the rustle of leaves. Nimbus approached cautiously, his gentle presence a comforting balm. "We can help you," Lila offered, her voice soothing as she knelt beside the fairy. "Do you remember where you last saw them?" The fairy nodded, a glimmer of hope flickering in its eyes. "It was near the old willow tree, where the brook sings the loudest." With the guidance of the young fairy, Lila and Nimbus retraced their steps, following the path of the brook as it wound its way through the forest. The sound of the water grew louder, a melodic accompaniment to their journey. Finally, they reached the old willow tree, its branches draped gracefully over the brook like a protective embrace. There, gathered beneath its boughs, was the fairy's family, their wings shimmering with joy at the sight of their lost member. The young fairy's face lit up with relief and happiness as it flew into the arms of its kin. The dewlight fairies surrounded Lila and Nimbus, their gratitude expressed in a flurry of twinkling lights and gentle laughter. As the fairies began to dance once more, Lila felt a warm glow spread through her heart, a feeling of belonging and the simple joy of helping another. She realized that sometimes the smallest acts of kindness could make the largest difference, a lesson woven into the fabric of the day. With the mystery of the shimmering dew unraveled and the fairies reunited, Lila and Nimbus made their way back to Willow Hollow. The village was bathed in the soft hues of twilight, and the gentle hum of the evening enveloped them like a lullaby. As they reached the edge of the village, Elder Moss awaited them, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Well done, my dear," he said, his voice a gentle caress. "You have brought light to the mystery and warmth to many hearts." Lila smiled, her heart full of contentment. As she and Nimbus wandered home beneath the starlit sky, they felt the embrace of the forest around them, a silent promise of many more adventures to come. And so, in the cozy village of Willow Hollow, the mystery was solved, and the gentle magic of the forest continued to weave its timeless stories, whispering comfort and wonder to all who listened. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a serene and whispering forest, there lay a small village named Eldergrove. The village was surrounded by towering trees, whose leaves danced gently with the breeze, their rustling a harmonious symphony to the ears of those who listened. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive mind and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the forest, befriending the creatures who dwelled there, and learning the secrets whispered by the ancient woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting its golden glow across the dew-kissed leaves, Lila set out on her usual wanderings. Her path, which wound through the emerald carpet of ferns and moss, eventually led her to a part of the forest she had never ventured into before. The air here was different, filled with the earthy scent of pine and a hint of something magical, like the delicate fragrance of blooming flowers that only opened under the moonlight. As she walked further, Lila's eyes caught sight of a peculiar glimmering object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently excavated the object from the soil. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, warm light. Carefully, Lila opened the box, revealing a shimmering amulet nestled within, its center a crystal that glowed with the colors of the dawn. The moment she touched it, a tingling sensation coursed through her fingers, and she felt a connection, as if the amulet was speaking to her in a language only understood by the heart. Holding the amulet, Lila felt a sudden urge to explore deeper into the forest, as though guided by an invisible hand. Days turned into weeks as Lila returned to the hidden grove, always discovering new wonders. She found that the amulet allowed her to understand the language of the forest creatures, and even glimpse the hidden world that existed parallel to her own. She saw tiny, ethereal beings that flitted among the flowers, their wings like delicate lace, and heard the songs of the ancient trees, each note a story of times long past. But as her understanding of this hidden world grew, so too did the challenges she faced. A shadow had begun to creep into the forest, a darkness that whispered promises of power and change. It sought to unbalance the harmony that had existed for centuries, to claim the forest's magic for its own. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of pink and purple, Lila met a fox named Finn. His eyes, sharp and intelligent, held a depth that spoke of wisdom beyond his years. Finn had noticed the same changes in the forest and had been looking for someone who could help restore balance. Together, they formed a bond of friendship as strong as the ancient oaks. As the days passed, Lila and Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, guided by the amulet's gentle glow. They encountered other creatures who joined their cause, a wise owl named Orion, whose knowledge of the stars helped guide their path, and a spirited squirrel named Pip, whose humor and agility lightened their journey. The forest, once a place of peace, now held challenges that tested their resolve. They navigated through thickets of thorn and crossed rivers that flowed swift and cold. Each obstacle taught Lila something new about herself, her courage, her compassion, and the strength that lay within her, waiting to be discovered. One night, beneath a sky studded with stars, Orion hooted softly, indicating a clearing ahead. In the center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with the same symbols as the amulet. The stones thrummed with a quiet power, a remnant of magic from times long past. As Lila stepped into the circle, the amulet began to glow brightly, illuminating the night with its gentle light. It was here that she realized the truth. The amulet was not just a source of power, but a key to understanding. It connected her to the forest, to the creatures who called it home, and to the balance that needed to be restored. Drawing upon her newfound strength and the wisdom shared by her friends, Lila called upon the forest's magic. The air shimmered with possibility, and the darkness that had crept into the woods began to dissolve, its whispers silenced by the harmony of nature's song. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The ancient trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering a soft thank you. Lila knew that the journey had changed her, not just in the understanding of the world around her, but in the understanding of herself. As dawn broke, painting the sky with strokes of gold and rose, Lila and her friends stood together, united in their friendship. The amulet, its task fulfilled, dimmed to a soft glow, a reminder of the adventure they had shared and the bonds they had forged. Returning to Eldergrove, Lila felt a sense of peace and purpose. The village seemed brighter, the forest more alive, and the world more connected than ever before. She realized that the amulet had not only opened her eyes to the hidden world, but had also revealed the magic that lay within her own heart. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with the joy of friendship, Lila embraced the new day, ready to share the wonders she had discovered, knowing that the true magic lay not in the amulet, but in the love and kindness that illuminated her path. And from that day forward, the village of Eldergrove thrived, its people living in harmony with the forest and its secrets, guided by the lessons of a young girl who had dared to follow the call of her heart. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, the story came to a gentle close, leaving a warmth that lingered long after the last word was spoken. The forest, with all its mysteries and magic, continued to stand watch over Eldergrove, a testament to the power of friendship and the courage to seek the hidden wonders of the world. Story 38. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Lyra, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Lyra replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Lyra by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Lyra, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Lyra replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Lyra by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still. guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 39. In a serene village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her kindness and the way she always had a gentle smile ready for anyone in need. Yet she harbored a quiet struggle within her heart, a fear of change. Her life was woven into the familiar tapestry of routines, and the thought of stepping beyond her known world filled her with apprehension. The village, a place where golden sun rays danced through the branches of ancient oak trees, was alive with the soft hum of nature. Birds sang lullabies in the morning mist, and the brook babbled serenely as it wound its way through moss-covered stones. It was a place that held stories in the rustle of leaves and secrets in the shimmer of stars. One evening, as twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Lyra decided to take her usual walk by the brook. The path was lined with wildflowers whose delicate petals opened to the moon's gentle embrace. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of the forest floor. As she walked, Lyra pondered the changes she sensed on the horizon of her life, changes she felt unprepared to face. As she meandered deeper into the woods, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a grove of ancient willows. Curiosity, mingled with hesitation, tugged at her heart. Drawing closer, she discovered a pool of crystal-clear water, shimmering with ethereal light. The pool seemed to pulse with a life of its own, casting soft, iridescent hues across the grove. From the pool emerged a figure, ethereal and graceful. It was the spirit of the woods, an ancient being that appeared only to those whose hearts carried a question. Her eyes were gentle pools of wisdom, and her presence felt like a warm embrace on a cold night. "Why do you fear change, dear Lyra?" the spirit inquired, her voice a soft melody that echoed through the trees. Lyra hesitated, her fingers tracing patterns in the soft soil. "I fear losing the comfort of what I know," she confessed. "The world beyond my routine feels overwhelming and uncertain." The spirit nodded, understanding illuminating her serene features. "Change is the wind that carries seeds of growth," she said. "Would you like to see?" With a graceful gesture, the spirit invited Lyra to touch the water. As her fingers broke the surface, ripples spread out, transforming the grove into a tapestry of visions. Lyra saw herself, her reflection shifting through various moments of change, some small, like learning to braid her hair, others profound, like when she first realized the power of a kind word. Each change, the spirit explained, is a brushstroke on the canvas of who you are becoming. It may alter the picture, but it never erases the beauty that was. Encouraged by the spirit's words, Lyra found herself feeling lighter, as if a gentle breeze had lifted the weight from her shoulders. The spirit then reached into the pool and withdrew a small, luminescent seed. Handing it to Lyra, she said, "Plant this in your heart and let it guide you." With a grateful heart, Lyra accepted the seed. As she nestled it close, she felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a comforting glow that whispered of possibilities. As the spirit faded back into the water, Lyra returned to the village with a newfound sense of peace. She shared her encounter with her closest friends, Mira and Tom, who listened with wide eyes and encouraging smiles. Their support nurtured her growing courage, like the sun nurturing a fragile sapling. In the days that followed, Lyra began to embrace the changes around her. She ventured beyond her usual paths, discovering hidden nooks of the forest and making new friends among its gentle creatures. With each step into the unknown, she felt the seed within her heart growing, its roots spreading, intertwining with her spirit. Her friends, Mira and Tom, were always by her side, offering laughter and wisdom. Mira, with her boundless curiosity, encouraged Lyra to explore new skills, like painting the colors of the dawn or crafting melodies with the forest's natural instruments. Tom, with his steady presence, reminded Lyra that she was never alone, that change could be a shared journey. One day, as autumn leaves danced in the crisp air, Lyra found herself standing at the edge of a wide meadow, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. She realized that the meadow was a metaphor for her own life, vast, open, and full of potential. The fear that had once held her back now felt like a distant memory. As Lyra gazed at the horizon, she felt the seed within her heart blossom into a radiant flower, its petals unfurling with the grace of a new dawn. The transformation was not only magical, but deeply personal, a testament to her journey of self-discovery. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the spirit of the woods, Lyra learned that change was not something to fear, but a path to growth and wonder. She had discovered the strength within herself to embrace the unknown and found beauty in the ever-evolving tapestry of her life. And so, under a sky painted with the soft hues of sunset, Lyra stood with her friends, feeling a profound sense of peace. The world was still full of mysteries, but she knew she had the courage to explore them, to weave her own story of transformation and growth. In the gentle embrace of the evening, the village whispered its own lullaby, a soothing melody carried by the wind, assuring Lyra and all who listened that they were part of a greater story, where change was not an ending, but a beginning. With hearts full of hope and friendship, they returned home, ready to dream of new adventures under the watchful eyes of the stars. Story 40, Story 41, Story 42, Story 43. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, As the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. "But as the days grow shorter," Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet." Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow," Orin said softly. "The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come." Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. "But remember, dear Finley," Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, "with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony." Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. "Thank you, Orin," Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will remember your words." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Story 44. In the heart of the tranquil vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Lyra sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Lyra set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Lyra whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder?" As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Lyra and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Lyra, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Lyra pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Lyra felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Lyra with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Lyra. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Lyra and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Lyra felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Lyra, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Lyra led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Lyra, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Lyra. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Lyra smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Lyra and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Marin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Marin," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Marin," the wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. Story 49. Story 50. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 51. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lyra had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lyra set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lyra with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lyra dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lyra noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lyra listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lyra approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lyra greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 52. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer. its eyes wise and knowing. Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing, it said. It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self. As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Lyra lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lyra turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lyra set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lyra soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lyra approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lyra," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lyra curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lyra asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lyra made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lyra went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lyra began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lyra, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lyra inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lyra's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lyra set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lyra approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lyra back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lyra, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lyra's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lyra's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lyra and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lyra loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lyra noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lyra exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lyra. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lyra opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lyra felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lyra mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lyra and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lyra had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lyra had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lyra approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lyra. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lyra noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lyra pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lyra marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before. gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lyra said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lyra," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lyra and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lyra said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyra and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lyra asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lyra," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lyra and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lyra felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lyra and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lyra grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lyra found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 62. Story 63. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between the roots of towering oaks and the whispering winds of the ancient forest, lay the village of the Glen. This was no ordinary village. It existed in harmony with the forest's enchanting magic, where the boundaries between the real and the mystical were as thin as morning mist. The air in the village of the Glen was perpetually tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. Streams of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the ground with golden patches that shifted with the breeze. The villagers, a gentle folk, shared their home with creatures of the forest, both ordinary and enchanted, living in a symphony of coexistence. Among them was a gentle-hearted woodcarver named Finn, known for his kind eyes and the warmth of his spirit. His hands, roughened by years of work, could transform simple pieces of wood into the most intricate carvings. Finn lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the whispering leaves and the song of the brook played a constant melody. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn awoke to an unusual sight. A delicate creature perched on his windowsill, its wings shimmering like spun silver in the early light. It was a sylph, a rare and ethereal being of the forest, known to appear only when the balance of nature was in peril. "Finn," the sylph whispered, her voice as soft as a breeze through the reeds. "The harmony of our forest is threatened. The seasons have begun to falter, and the creatures are losing their song." Finn listened with a heart full of understanding. He knew the tales of old, passed down through generations, stories of the forest's magic, intertwined with the cycles of the moon and the dance of the seasons. He had heard of times when nature's balance was disturbed, and how it was always restored through wisdom and unity. "What must be done?" Finn asked, his voice steady with resolve. "You must seek the heart of the forest," the sylph replied, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "There, you will find the source of the imbalance and the guidance to restore it." Without hesitation, Finn prepared for his journey. He packed a small bundle with essentials, a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a woolen cloak to ward off the forest's chill. As he set off, the villagers gathered to wish him well, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves in a chorus of support. The path to the heart of the forest was not marked on any map, for it was a journey of intuition and connection with the natural world. Finn walked beneath the arching boughs, his senses attuned to the subtle signs that would guide him. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant hoot of an owl settling to sleep, their presence a comforting reminder of the forest's life. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around him. The air grew cooler, and the scent of moss thickened, mingling with the crisp scent of autumn leaves underfoot. He walked for hours, pausing only to listen to the stories the wind carried, a tale of shifting seasons and restless earth. Eventually, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in a serene silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward in a timeless embrace. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of nature converged, pulsing with life and wisdom. Finn approached the oak, his heart open to its silent teachings. As he rested his hand against the rough bark, a gentle warmth spread through him, and he felt the presence of countless generations whispering their secrets. In the stillness, the voice of the forest spoke to him, a soft hum that resonated deep within his soul. It was a melody of seasons, of rain and sunshine, of growth and rest. Finn understood then that the balance had shifted because the forest's natural rhythm had been disrupted. The winter had lingered too long, and the spring was hesitant to begin its dance. The solution was simple, yet profound. Finn needed to rekindle the dance of the seasons. With the guidance of the forest's wisdom, he crafted a small wooden flute, its surface adorned with carvings of leaves and spirals. As he played a tune, the notes wove through the air like tendrils of mist, carrying with them the promise of change. The forest responded. The air shimmered with anticipation, and the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the melody. Gradually, the chill of winter lifted, replaced by the gentle warmth of spring. Buds unfurled on branches, and the symphony of birdsong resumed its joyful chorus. Finn returned to the village of the glen, where the villagers greeted him with open arms and grateful hearts. The sylph appeared once more, her smile as radiant as the spring sun. "You have restored the harmony," she said, her voice a caress of gratitude. The village celebrated with a feast, sharing tales and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Finn, seated by the crackling fire, felt the comforting weight of the sylph's gift, a small silver leaf that glimmered with magic. It was a reminder of the bond between humans and nature, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. And so the village of the glen continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the ancient forest. The seasons turned in their gentle cycle, each one a reminder of the delicate balance and the enduring magic that lay within the heart of the world. As the fires burned low and the village settled into peaceful slumber, the forest hummed its lullaby, a song of harmony and hope, carried on the wings of the night. Story 64. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods. With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home." Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. "Look closely, child, and you may find your answer." Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. "Perhaps this is the key to our mystery," she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. "This key matches the music box in the clock tower," he said, eyes widening with realization. "I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell." With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. "Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira." The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. "Thank you, Pippin," Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. "We solved the mystery together." Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. "It was your heart that led the way, Mira." And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. Story 69. Story 70? Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart. A a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however, Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Story 72. Story 73. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Isla's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Isla found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. and it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater. Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the Enchanted Wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 74. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard. A gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 75. Story 76. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 77. Story 78. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Lyra. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Lyra had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Lyra, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Lyra through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Lyra finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Lyra placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Lyra had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Lyra pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Lyra returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Lyra shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Lyra's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Lyra, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Lyra sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his wind-swept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of luminous nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lyra lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lyra set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lyra wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lyra discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lyra returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lyra recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lyra, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lyra to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lyra the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lyra, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lyra sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lyra, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lyra set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lyra remembered the stone's whisper. "With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear." She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lyra led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lyra approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lyra understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lyra shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lyra lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 87. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. Ah, the teapot of whispers, she said with a gentle smile. It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen. With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" The voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Story 97. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern. "The acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 98. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight. casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 99. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like 1,000,000 lanterns in the velvet sky, there were 2 distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lyra would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lyra and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lyra padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lyra," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lyra's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lyra set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lyra walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lyra," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lyra nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lyra listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lyra set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lyra returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lyra spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lyra made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. Though I must return to Terracore, our friendship will span the stars. With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Lyra began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Lyra was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Lyra had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Lyra followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Lyra stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Lyra knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Lyra felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Lyra," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Auri, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Lyra blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Auri nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Lyra, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Auri replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Lyra, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Auri shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Lyra listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Lyra visited the grove often, learning from Auri and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Lyra encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Auri by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Lyra faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Lyra reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Lyra stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Lyra's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Lyra knew that she was truly home. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Lyra, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Lyra belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Lyra, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Lyra was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Lyra smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Lyra's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Lyra learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Lyra's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terrak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Lyra gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terrak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Lyra, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Lyra's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Lyra continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lyra, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lyra had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lyra and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lyra noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lyra mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lyra approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lyra picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lyra asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lyra closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lyra and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lyra sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lyra mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lyra and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lyra, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lyra, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lyra presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lyra listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lyra and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lyra and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lyra and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lyra returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lyra sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lyra understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwin, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwin lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song. With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the Sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season. Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn. Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians, the whispering woods and the lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Lyra was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lyra sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. Lyra, her mother called from the kitchen, "Come help me with supper." Lyra reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Lyra's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Lyra lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Lyra made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Lyra felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Lyra came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Lyra approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Lyra looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Lyra felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery? The voice asked. Lyra nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. Yes, I will. As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Lyra began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Lyra encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Lyra felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Lyra felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Lyra approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Lyra felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Lyra took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Lyra felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Lyra," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Lyra standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so Lyra became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Lyra, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lyra lived with her grandmother Esme in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lyra set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lyla stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lyla, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lyla returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lyla decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lyla faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lyla ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lyla felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lyla approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lyla. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lyla and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lyla's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lyla, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lyla sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lyla, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lyra sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued. She turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lyra. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lyra smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lyra and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lyra. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lyra wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lyra knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lyra's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the three brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lyra, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lyra's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lyra stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lyra whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lyra. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lyra nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Leela. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lyra made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lyra studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lyra stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lyra nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen Fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lyra, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lyra listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lyra, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lyra stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lyra, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lyra grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lyra, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lyra and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months. With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees.